Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
61 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 80s. We are officially in second summer.
Oh.
Right? They fooled you with the fake fall, and then boom, the heat's back again. Although the heat will start to dissipate as the week goes on. Highs from the low 80s all the way down into the mid to low 70s throughout the rest of the week. And it looks like it's going to be sunny today, which means my daughter's tennis match has a 0% chance of getting canceled, which is awesome. That is awesome, and I'm glad she's going to get to play. I'll see you at Marcus Whitman at 5 o'clock. A lot of stuff going on, people enjoying the warm weather. And the Bills didn't play on Sunday.
Yeah.
So it gave you the opportunity.
Weird.
Weird.
It's just weird, like having a weekend of football but no Bills.
Weird, wild stuff, Tom. If you wanted to, you could have gotten out to Casa Larga, the vineyard out there on the east side.
Oh, a little wine tasting?
No, well, I'm sure there was tasting there, but it was their 28th annual Purple Foot Festival. You've heard of this before,
Yeah,
right?
you stomped the grapes.
Yeah, you got it. It honored the 50th anniversary of the... All right, I'm going to try this. It might be the most Italian name I've ever seen in my life. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Coloruotolo family.
Okay.
Coloruotolo.
So they started
right.
Casa Larga?
Yes, they. It looks like they own the winery there.
Okay.
Yep. And they say its old world grape stomping tradition has become a favorite in the community. So along with the winery stuff, they had a kid zone, DJ, face painting, sack races, all that stuff.
Did introduce children to wine?
They had artisans setting up like tents, so you could take one of those wine bottles from Casa Larga, melt it down to a cheese tray, and spend $400 on that.
Yeah.
Fun for everybody. And, of course, it was packed, right, because everybody loves the wineries in Western New York.
Sure.
Any opportunity you get to go out there, people are going to take. Yet there is one person, it seems, here in our community that is bothered by what happened yesterday.
What happened?
Bothered?
Well, I don't know, Kimmy. You said you saw this story, and it didn't sit well with you.
Well, I was just this in particular doesn't bother me, but I have seen the process of other foods and beverages being made, and it kind of ruined the food and beverage for me.
Okay, so you're saying that the idea that people stomp the grapes with their bare feet to make wine.
I can see that like turning some people off.
So that doesn't bother you though.
That
Bare
one,
ass feet.
like the feeling of it kind of gives me like nails on a chalkboard.
Old Italian men with their feet. Oh, you come in. Oh,
It's that old Lucy skit where she's in there with that lady and it's creeping her out.
But
it is gross.
For all of you watching My TV last night,
Everybody knows what I'm
that
talking
hot
about.
new Lucy episode from 70 years ago.
Well, that's the only thing I could think of.
Was it in black and white or was it in color?
They hadn't made the transition yet.
no, but it did make me think of this one time a friend of ours, he decided that he wanted to make like homemade apple cider one fall.
Okay.
So he was putting it through like this old like antique like cider machine
Like
thing.
a press?
Yeah. But it looked dirty.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And he's like squeezing all the apples and pressing them, and then it's like falling into like this bucket. And he's just scooping it out of the bucket and making everybody taste it. I don't know what it was about it. It kind of grossed me out.
You make a good point because there's a few things that we're known for around here. You bring up the cider.
Yeah.
Apple's real big in New York, obviously, right? The wineries, that, and then you got the foot. By the way, quick sidebar before we get into this. They don't still make the wine by stomping the grapes, right?
No, man. It's all like a automated process now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't know.
Are there any wineries, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, that still employ like people to stomp on the grapes to make the wine?
I hope not.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's like some.
I'm assuming like it's so mass produced now, even like the high end stuff.
But I mean, you just need a lot of feet.
Yes, and I don't think that's possible.
Well, you could pay someone $15 an hour to just stomp up and
grapes
down.
all day.
Well, I don't know, man.
I have no idea, but I'm gonna say no.
It's possible. It's possible that something about that process makes the wine taste different than if you put it through like some kind of factory stuff.
Right.
I don't know. I'm asking. Okay, well, Kimmy's got the answer.
So it says, yes, some winemakers still stomp grapes by foot. Most use commercial equipment, but it says old school grape crushing by foot makes better wine.
What did I just like? I'm a genius. I had no idea, and I literally just said exactly that. You are lucky to be in my glory.
I am so
Everything falls out of my mouth. No, but between the apples, and you're right.
All right.
That looks gross. Between the wine, you can make the argument that grape stomping with feet is gross. And then, like, maple syrup is big around here.
But I don't think that's gross.
Okay, have you ever actually watched the process of them make maple
syrup?
syrup?
Well, they boil it, right?
Yeah, but it's not what you
like
think
afterwards,
it is.
But like the initial extraction, is that what you're talking
They
about?
take it out of the tree,
Yeah.
and then, like, have you ever been to a place like Genesee Country Village Museum will walk you through the entire step, and, like, the way that it comes out of the tree to what they make it to what they make it after that before it becomes maple syrup, it's like, blech.
Oh, really?
Like, I always wonder, like, who saw this initially and thought, I'm going to eat that.
Yeah. Because somebody had to eat that.
Yeah.
So there had to be a first person to be like, yeah, I'm going to do this and then eat it.
Well, what is it? So the stuff that comes out of the tree isn't sweet, right?
I don't know.
Like the sap.
Yeah, I thought it was. Is that sweet, or they had to make it sweet by boiling?
Okay, I've walked through that presentation
Wait, you've
like
taken
5
this,
times.
yeah.
Yeah, with my kids.
Because I'm saying, like, could you just touch the tree and go, "Oh, that tastes sweet"?
You should try it.
No, I don't touching trees.
I'm not tree. No, you tree touch over there?
No, I don't touch. No touchy.
No, but if it's not sweet,
Yeah.
then that makes it even more weird because someone had to be like, this stuff that's not sweet.
And you had to process it to get it sweet.
Exactly. I'm going to process it to make it sweet. I'm going to put it over pancakes.
Yes.
It is.
So what came first, the syrup or the pancake? Were people just eating dry-ass pancakes? Or did somebody just go, we got to put this syrup on something?
You could they probably put other stuff on pancakes first.
Yeah, like
what?
fruit and
Preserved
stuff.
fruit.
Oh, okay.
Because that's been around forever, right? Put like,
Fruit's been around since day one.
preserved strawberries on top of a pancake.
Right.
That sounds pretty good. They still sell them like that somewhere. No, but like Kimmy's right. Watching the way something is made, the food that you
Or
love.
like
Well,
seeing
seeing
the
how the sausage
beginning
is
part of it.
Sausage being
Yeah.
another one. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But like past that, the idea that somebody had to try that first at some point in history, and who was that person? Because today, they're probably remembered as someone who is great. But I wonder, like, if in their time, it's like, oh, there goes Dave. He's sticking his tongue in trees again.
Or even
Quick
like,
tongue in the trees, Dave.
You tree tonguing over there? You tree touching tonguing?
or even the grape stuff. And like before you had a process of like actually making it drinkable, did people just, were you eating foot grapes?
Yeah.
Foot grapes.
I mean, well, how else would you have had
I
it,
don't
right?
know.
Because, like, I have, like, this image of, like, like Vincenzo in his village, right? Like, he's in a bucket stomping on grapes, and people are, like, walking past, like, don't look, don't make eye contact. He's stomping on grapes again. It's actually pretty good.
I thought it went all the way back to, like, the Bible or something.
Yeah, it probably did.
Right?
Vincenzo in the Bible. That's what I was talking about.
Wasn't Jesus, they were drinking wine, right?
Well, no, only after he turned water into it, which is a whole other process. Much cleaner than the whole foot thing.
Yeah.
252 WCMF again. We're talking about Casa Larga's annual Purple Foot Festival, a celebration of the family, 50th anniversary of them owning, it looks like, the grapes' Italian heritage on top of the da-da-da-da-da parenting. But Kimmy saw this, and I mean, doesn't love the whole grape thing. Doesn't love the whole apple cider thing.
Yeah, I just think sometimes I don't want to know how things are made.
Even like going to like a farm, because it's big farm season now with the apples and the pumpkins.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the corn.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, right. Like
drinking the freshest milk? No, thanks. I like my milk in a carton.
well, I mean, no. I
You
mean,
don't
after
want a
it's
stool and pail?
No.
Well, yeah,
I don't want to see it. Out of sight, out of mind.
That doesn't bother that doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that's
Like a milking of a cow doesn't bother me.
Really?
No, he's
I
kind of
don't
into
know.
it actually.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
I
bad.
think
Cow
just something
I'm a
about
good
it
puller.
coming.
I'll touch him.
You tongue your cow tongue touching tree tucking.
I think something about just seeing it come right from the source.
That bothers you?
I think so.
Like I don't want to drink it from the teat, but it doesn't bother me watching a milk.
You
one.
wouldn't drink it?
From the teat?
I don't know. Do they offer you that if you go? Watch it
You got
happen?
to pay extra.
But here's what's weird.
Cow
Like,
follows you home.
like, you wouldn't want to see like a cow getting butchered, right?
No.
No.
But you'll go and watch somebody clean a fish at a restaurant or a sushi bar, and people will eat that stuff.
But even that, I could do without.
Yeah, I don't love that
I
either.
don't
But
know.
it doesn't gross you out.
Can I ask a question?
What?
No, you just triggered a memory in my head. Because my dad, fishing guy.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, my dad would like catch fish out of the lake, and then we would eat it.
Yeah.
But like he would, it wasn't this lake. It was up in Canada, probably still dirty.
Either way, you still got to know what you're doing.
Well, look, I mean, maybe he knew. I don't know if he knew what he was doing. But before he filleted the fish, he'd beat it to death with the knife,
Oh.
the broad end of the knife. Is that?
But the blunt end of the.
yeah, is that normal?
No.
Okay.
I've never seen that.
I wish I had not said that out loud.
But maybe.
Because I mean, you don't want to.
Because my old man used to love to fish, but
How
I
do
don't
you
remember him beating the hell out of a fish.
How do you kill it? You can't drown it.
Usually you put him up there and you cut its head off.
Oh, right, you cut its head off
right
alive?
away.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, I can remember like there was a way
God.
of holding it down, pulling. This is going to get good, but you pull it
Yeah.
down and then you,
Ah!
open it up, clean it out, and then you scale it, and then you fillet it.
Okay.
That's the way I remember doing it.
Poor fish.
Yeah.
I guess
it's not a good life.
I guess maybe my dad was the more humane.
Maybe.
Bludgeoning it to death.
Bludgeoning the fish to death in his tiny kitchen in Canada. But I remember I must have been like 5, 6, 7 years old, being horrified, but I didn't want to look like a bitch and like run away, so I would stand there in horror watching him slowly beat this fish to death.
So, yeah, but I remember sitting in a place having coffee, and it was like a cafe, but it was also like a market.
Okay.
And they had rabbits and pheasant, but they had the whole body, right? The little things looking at you.
Sure, yeah.
And this like grandfather and this granddaughter are standing there, and he picks out a rabbit, and then the guy cleans it in front of the kid and the father, and they were cool with it. I was completely grossed out.
Oh.
And I used to cut meat for a living. I'm like, oh man, that rabbit doesn't have a head, bro. And like the worst part was they had like a meat barrel there.
Okay.
And it was early in the morning, so there was nothing in the barrel. So I actually heard the thump of the head into the barrel.
Yeah,
And I've got
that would stick with you.
I got a cup of coffee, and I'm like, this little girl is like, Papa, Papa. I'm like, man, this is nasty. You gonna eat that?
Little girl's tougher than you.
It's very tough.
Messages coming in. Carrie Ann writes us on Instagram. She says, my sister visited a dairy farm when she was in school, saw the milking process, and refused to drink milk ever since.
Oh.
I don't understand the milk.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty, it's not gross.
Yeah, right? Although I guess it is like the only thing we drink that comes out of another
Yeah,
animal.
I mean, you're watching it come directly out of the animal, which could, I guess, again, like just the act of seeing it could.
Is it the tugging on
turn
the
people off.
tatas bothering you?
The tugging?
What-
You tugging over
Yeah,
there?
because you're doing that, right?
Touch tree touching?
Because there's like, you got to twist it too when you pull it down.
Well,
There's
yeah,
there's
if you
an
want it
actual
to
art
end
to it.
quickly. I mean,
Have you ever done it?
no.
Did you not take any field trips as a kid?
Are you sure it was a cow? Hey, tell me, why don't you put a blindfold on where you teach you how to milk a cow? Oh, yeah.
I did that show. No, but like, yeah, I mean, it's.
No, I've never milked a cow.
Oh, all right.
You have?
Yes, I mean, like joke kid stuff.
Joke milk? Cow
Like,
milkers?
yeah. So we did like a
Joke milking that cow.
Yeah, it was like a field trip.
Yeah, no, I've never. Have you milked a cow?
No.
Okay, so 2/3 of the break room not milked a cow. You're in the minority.
And you're a country kid.
Yeah, no, we never took a field trip to a farm, though.
By the way, would you let like a bunch of third
Yeah.
graders get in line to milk that poor cow?
Bro, it was the 1960s. I didn't care.
Free love, baby. I got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. We had started talking about the Purple Foot Festival, and this conversation started with the wine stomping versus the processed stuff. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, you can tell when wine has been foot stomped as opposed to processed through the machines that they use at some wineries. I prefer foot stomped wine, and it's not gross. The feet are always clean before they're put into the grapes.
Okay, first of all, he's full of crap. Like, he can tell the difference. Like, he's some kind of wine connoisseur.
That's what Bill said. I don't know. What do you want from me?
Bill's a wine liar.
He could be a footoyer.
Yeah. Like, just the thought of somebody stomping on my food grosses me out.
Yeah, that's also, well, I don't know. Like, what's the difference between a foot is probably cleaner than a hand?
No, it's not.
Well, no, I mean, think about it.
I don't know.
Think
Well, you're not touching as much if you're wearing
Exactly.
shoes.
Yeah, you just take your shoes off. I mean, yeah, sure, it's sweaty and stuff, but like, think about all
I
the
think the
things.
sweatiness and like just
Yeah, this is
stink of
nasty.
it all.
But think about all the things your hands
Yeah.
touch on a daily basis. And you want to
Yeah, you're
believe that
right.
people in a restaurant, when they're cutting meat or whatever, are wearing gloves and washing
Yeah, for
hands.
sure.
But you and I, having worked in those industries before, know that's a lie.
It is a little gross.
So, I mean, like, I get it. I get the visual of the foot stomper gross in and out. But every time you go out to eat, probably grosser than drinking foot stomped wine.
All right.
And, oh, by the way, it goes through the fermentation process, so the alcohol would kill it anyway.
Right.
That's what they say about a lot of stuff. I never believed that. The heat will burn it up. The alcohol kills everything.
Yeah, I just said it. I don't even know if that's true.
I know.
No idea.
What's the kombucha?
Yes.
Like that's another one where
That's
somebody
fermented,
I
right?
remember somebody told me how it was made and I was like, who thought drinking this was a good idea?
And that one's like 1 billion years old.
I know.
Maybe
I know.
That, well, I mean, that I get,
But
right?
I knew people that like made it themselves and it would like sit in their kitchen and stuff. And
But it has to like ferment like in a jar.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you want batch and snot in a jar in your kitchen.
Because fermenting just means it's kind of rotting.
Yes.
That's all it really is.
Yeah. But like that I get, though, because it's like, like a million years old. Like
what does it do
really,
for you?
They didn't have much. Do you
Supposed
ask
to have
me?
a lot of health benefits.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Probably. I don't know. Who cares? My kids
I have a tough time with it.
It's gross.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, like, in like 10 years, we'll be like, oh, it turns out it did nothing. You just drank snot for nothing.
All right.
All right, we got a dynamite. You drank snot for nothing kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
There are 2 alleged robbers that have been arrested after a crime that happened about a year ago.
Okay.
And the good news is, if they are guilty, we're going to lock them up.
All right.
The bad news is, not only was there a victim of this crime, and we'll detail the crime, the victim found out something else this week.
Oh.
The way that they were talking about the victim before the robbery happened, and keep in mind, they did not know this victim. They just saw them, and they made this assessment, and they put it in a text message. And being robbed sucks.
Yeah.
Having this said about you by 2 strangers,
Oh.
I think would suck even more.
So it was like an observation about the person? Okay. All right.
And it seems there's a reason why they chose this person.
Okay.
And we'll get into the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There's a man who owns a tattoo shop that's in some trouble this morning.
Oh.
And what he did, it sounds like, if the allegations are true, he may have just made a mistake.
All right.
But there are 2 people at fault here, with only 1 person in trouble. You don't want to hold anything against the underage kid. But if what happened here happened,
Yeah.
they knowingly did something wrong.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Okay, if the man in this story accused of doing wrong actually did, he deserves to be punished.
Right.
But there's a couple of questions to be asked here. One, how severe should the punishment be? Because what he did, in theory, will stay forever on this person's body.
Oh.
And the other debate to be had is, you're not going to hold a child responsible for a bad decision.
Yeah.
But this kid did knowingly, it seems, deceive somebody else.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45. Have you guys seen the viral video coming out of Arundicoit over the weekend?
Arundicoit?
It involves a deer, a dog, a car, and a chase.
A deer, a dog, a car, and a chase.
A deer, a dog, a car, and a chase.
chase.
You say deer, you say dog, you say car, you say chase. They say you did a great job.
I have not seen those.
Okay, because no one's ever seen something like this happen before, despite the fact that when you leave your window wide open and your dog is allowed to stick whatever they want out of it, this should happen more.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. A tattooer out in Penn at a tattoo shop has been arrested after allegedly giving an underage kid a tattoo.
Do we know the age of the child?
We do not. We do not know the age.
Okay.
Here's what we do know. It all started when the Department of Social Services got a tip that an underage child had been given a tattoo from the shop. They did an investigation. Police say the artist admitted he had given the tattoo to the person of the picture they showed him.
Yeah.
He ended up turning himself in. Authorities, according to the story, believe the artist simply failed to check ID before they did the tattoo.
Right.
So it's possible that this tattoo artist just assumed this person was of age,
Right.
made a mistake, and now they're in trouble. He was charged, a tattoo artist, with unlawfully dealing with a minor. He has a court date coming up. So first question right off the bat.
Yeah.
Is this like serious trouble?
I have no idea. It doesn't seem like it to me.
Wait, you don't think it's a big deal, or you don't think it's big trouble?
I mean, I don't think it's like a huge deal.
Put a tattoo on an underage kid?
It's not that great, but I wouldn't say like your life's over.
Okay, well, do you need a license to tattoo? You should know this.
I thought so.
252 WCMF 252-9263.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is
just for like,
is it like cosmetology where you're like
to get like a certificate?
because it is.
I would think you'd have to be licensed just because of like the equipment you're using.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Health reasons.
You got to know how to do that.
Okay, no, I understand, but I also have the ability as a consumer to go to a licensed versus non-licensed.
I know
tattoo
when you
shop.
get a tattoo in prison, they don't have to be licensed. Those guys are just, they do it on their own.
Can we do a quick
Yes,
sidebar?
you need a license to tattoo in New York State.
Okay, like do you have to like test for that license, or you just apply and get it? Because like with cosmetology, you have to show them like you know what you're doing, right?
Maybe you had to. They do have people that get tattoos just to get tattoos. They're called taters that show up, and maybe they have guys that you get the ink on.
Okay.
Like that.
Can we do a quick sidebar? I always find
I think that's how Jolly Roll got all that stuff.
Jolly Roll. Is he like
Jolly
Jelly
Roll?
Roll?
I don't know.
And Jolly Ranchers.
Well, he's very
got all
jolly.
this shit.
He's quite jovial.
Oh, you guys seen
Jovial Roll.
You seen the new album from Jolly Rancher Roll? Have you checked it out? It's pretty good. I've never heard it. Hello, fellow teenagers.
So you need a license, and the tattoo shop also needs to be licensed.
Okay, 252 WCMF. I know we got a couple of men and women that tattoo that listen to this
Yeah.
show. If you are listening right now, do you have to test for this license, or is it like you fill out a form and they send you a license?
I hope you got to show you know what you're doing.
Oh, but I mean, like if I walk into a tattoo shop, I see the work that you've done before. Like I can make an informed decision on whether or not you should tattoo.
Yeah.
So it says, there's an application process, so I don't know what that entails.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is if this guy is guilty of tattooing an underage kid, does his license get taken away? Can he no longer make a living tattooing?
Maybe so.
Okay.
But when you say underage, so I guess you have to be 8.
18, I think, right? Is it 17?
Well, I don't know if it's different now, but I think you could maybe get one at 17 with a parent's permission or something like that at some point.
But a 17, 18-year-old, I mean, they look like grown people.
Oh, here we
so you
go.
may not even ask.
Here we
What?
go. Oh, yeah. Judge. I mean, 17, 18, 16. What's the difference, really? What's the difference?
I mean, a 17-year-old could look 25.
Yeah, that's why you ask for an ID up to like 30. That's why
30?
they do it at Wegmans, right? They ID everybody at Wegmans, right?
Well,
Why
that's
would you-
Wegmans. They're buttoned up.
But why would you not? I mean, if my livelihood
Yeah, true.
is tattooing, all I have to do is ask to see your ID. All right, so with that all being said,
Right.
whether or not this person is guilty, we will find out in the courts. But this child, who may now have something permanently on their body for the rest of their life that they could not legally get.
Yeah.
If you are this kid's parent, are you more upset with the tattoo artist, or are you more upset with your kid for walking in there underage and getting a tattoo?
I'm going to guess most parents are going to blame the tattoo artist just because you're the adult. You're supposed to prevent things like this from happening, even though you're still pissed at your kid. But I'm going to say most parents are going to blame the place where they went to go do it.
Thomas?
Yeah, I think most parents want to blame somebody else because they don't want to be that reflected poorly on them.
Okay.
So they're going to push it off on a tattoo artist, even though you got to be pissed at your kid for doing that.
Well, I mean, they walked in knowingly, deceiving this business. Not only did they get something that they can't remove unless you use like lasers and stuff, right? They also may have cost someone their livelihood. I mean, look, I'm not saying charge the kid, right? Obviously. But I do find it funny how, like, this guy's in trouble. This kid has this tattoo for the rest of their life. But, like, unless you have parents that are, like, furious with the kid, I mean, the kid should be held some kind of responsibility.
Oh, sure.
They knew.
He was jackassing around.
He or she, we don't know.
He
if
wanted
it's
to be cool.
Well, you were saying he. This. I saw a girl in my head.
I meant to young man.
A strapping young man.
A strapping, mature man, boy.
We don't know.
Man, boy. Penyen, man, boy. Was Penyen, right?
Yes.
We don't know what kind of tattoo they got either, right? Like, was this
no.
like, okay.
No,
It's
it did not
stupid.
say in the police report what kind of tattoo it was.
It's probably something stupid.
Well, you think every tattoo's stupid?
I got it.
No, but like at that age, what you would think is cool.
Yeah.
It is funny, right? Like, look, we were all stupid at that age, to your point, right? Okay. There are lots of people listening who got tattoos when they were of legal age, between like 18 and 23, that regret the stupid tattoo they got.
My husband's one of them.
So what did your husband get?
So when I think it must have been right when he turned 18, he went and he got like, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like this like kind of like tribal looking design on his shoulder. Mm-hmm. It wasn't really anything in particular. He just thought it looked cool. Okay. And he ended up, later in life getting it covered up with something else.
Kimmy's face. But like with the tribal design, they didn't have to do much.
Tribal Kimmy.
But he said he instantly regretted it after he got it.
So as we talk about this tattoo artist out in Penn that has been arrested after allegedly giving an underage kid a tattoo, again, according to the story, it sounds like he just didn't check the kid's ID. Yeah. It sounds like it was a mistake, but it's still illegal. Does anyone have a tattoo they got between 18 and 23 that they still like? Because
you nailed it.
Yeah. We may be the only radio show in Rochester that has no tattoos amongst the hosts.
Right.
Right? Because you don't have one.
No.
No.
You should get one.
Well, what should it say?
I don't know. Bitch ass bitch.
Didn't think that one through, did you?
No, I didn't. I was going.
Bitch ass bitch.
I was going for another punchline, but you derailed me, and I had no choice. That's what I had to do. And I've never loved anything enough to get a tattoo.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
I would think you, of all people, have the what's the word I'm looking for? Would have the least regrets about a tattoo, because I would think it would be for like your kids or something.
Yeah,
but you did it at 18, like that younger age, like what you were into, what you thought was cool or relevant.
Yep.
And then you look back a decade later, you can't be happy with it.
I mean, like,
there's no way you nail something like that at 18.
To Kimmy's point, the only one at 18 to 23 that has a chance to stick is the family stuff, like, grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, whatever.
But you're going to probably get like a logo of like your team or, class of 86 rules.
They did
rule.
They rule.
But, all that dumb stuff you thought was cool. No, like a car logo.
Ben just got one, and he's a grown-ass man.
What did he get?
Yeah, he did. That was his first tattoo.
Sergeant Frog, was it? I just saw
it.
Was it a Jeep thing?
I am ashamed of myself that I knew that off the top of my head.
He got a Jeep. Was it a Jeep
logo? It was like the front of a Jeep?
Yeah, the Jeep grill and then the name of his truck. Speaking of the devil. No, but like when it comes to high school tattoos, it's the high school related tattoos, you're right, are the worst. The mascot of the high school you went to, the sports number that you wore when you played high school sports, the worst one, and Kimmy, you've seen this 1,000 times. The stupid name that you gave your group of buddies in high school that you all did, bro, let's all get tattoos of the Rowdy Bunch. Yeah. And we'll remember it forever, bro, forever. Rowdy Bunch, do we die?
Or you get those, like, I see those lacrosse ones where it's just 2 sticks.
And like their high school number.
Yes.
But you know what else?
There are very prominent businessmen that still have those tattoos. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
I wonder how many guys, because every now and then too, there was like an athlete that had like a popular tattoo or something. And I vaguely remember when I was in high school, I can't even remember which Syracuse player had it, but it was like it looked like a basketball.
Oh, it wasn't. Was it J-Man? No, it was Eric Devendorf. That's
Is that
who? It
who?
was.
And I
think
remember
so.
guys who played basketball got like a similar tattoo on their arm.
Here's the rule for you,
Right.
and I know 90% of the audience doesn't even know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Don't ever do anything Eric Devendorf has ever done.
Okay.
And there's your message for the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this tattoo artist who was busted for allegedly tattooing an underage kid. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
So back when I was 17, they had the local carnival, the Stafford Carnival, big event out Genesee County. So I remember going to it one time, underage, to get into the beer tent, but my buddies were working the gate. I had $50 on me. There was a tattoo artist there. His name was Squirrel. He did everything freehand. He was a big tattoo artist of the bike gangs, the motorcycle gangs back then. And I wanted to tattoo by this guy. I told him the whole situation. Squirrel, I got $50. I want to go get drunk. I want to drink. I want to get a tattoo. Sat me down in the chair, put a 1-inch rose on my right arm for $20. I got my tattoo. I got drunk. I went home. That was it.
All right,
And it's a carny tattoo.
So did you say it was 1 inch?
Absolutely. And you know what? This guy was well known. You ask any of the biker guys around the area, very well known, and he did thousands of tattoos for these guys, all freehand, which they don't do that very much anymore. And that next summer, the guy was killed in a motorcycle accident. So I'm proud to say I have a squirrel tattoo.
Is that your only tattoo?
No, I probably got about 10 of them, Kimmy,
Okay.
but that was my first. That was
Okay,
my first. And the best part is, luckily my grandmother's name was Rose, so I play it off.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Right.
Joe.
What are you going to do? I mean, the
Joe.
carnival Jenny likes, it happens.
Joe, I love you. I love you, Joe. I love
This is
you.
tattoo Joe.
This is the worst story I've ever heard in my life. This is the worst story I've ever heard.
I didn't need a follow up to how his life ended, man. You could have ended with I got a.
I was the coolest guy in the beer tent that night. So come on.
Well, you had that going for you.
Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You guys
I like that story wrapped up in a nice, neat
Yeah,
bow.
seriously.
A motorcycle death.
By a guy named Squirrel.
What are you doing, Joe? So wait, his story was he got 17, snuck into a beer tent at a carnival,
Had $50.
got an outdoor tattoo.
Yeah, freehand.
Freehand.
From Squirrel.
He didn't even choose it. The guy just picked it himself. He then has to lie about what it is because his grandmother was named Rose, and then he finished it all up. But now he's dead.
I would also think if a buddy told you I got my first tattoo, you'd be disappointed if it was just like a dinky little rose.
Until he told you he got it at the beer tent of a
fair,
carnival.
Fair.
All right, we're not top of that. Let's take a break. We should probably see this story more often.
Oh, really?
Well, it's
Should
weird.
be common.
Yeah, it's weird how we never get nervous as like a society when we see dogs doing this when you're driving.
Yeah.
But I guess this dog broke the mold of all the other dogs. And if you have not seen the video, you need to go find it. It's brilliant because it's interesting for what the dog did. It's horrifying for what the dog did.
Yeah.
And it creates a scenario of, in this moment, you got a snap decision to make in the middle of traffic. What do you do?
Ooh.
And we'll tell you what went down in Irandequite next here in the break room on CMF. guess it was just a matter of time before something like this happened.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty surprising this doesn't happen on a regular basis because it's not like dogs are the most brilliant animals on earth.
No, they make very bad decisions.
Yep. One woman had the panic of her life while the folks behind her in their cars got a show. And I guess, Kimmy, this might now be a risk every time you open your window and let your dog hang its head up.
I mean, I know people it's happened to.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard of this before, ever.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning, there's been an arrest in a robbery that happened about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and that's good. That's good. And I'm sure the victim of the robbery is happy that these people have been caught.
Yeah.
However, the release of some text messages that allegedly ties these suspects to the crime may also not make the victim feel pretty good. Because it seems like maybe they chose this person for one specific reason. And there's a lot of things you can say about a man that would, like, hurt them.
Okay. Like an insult?
Yeah, emasculate them. This might be number one.
Whoa, ooh.
And here's the thing. It wasn't even like an insult. It was just an observation.
Just the guys just going back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, you got it. We'll get to it. It's after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Also, tonight is the Outlaw Music Festival, Darien Lake.
Yeah.
We're talking Bob Dylan, Willie Nelson, John Mellencamp. For some reason, there has been a rumor circulating that the show starts at 3:30 on social media. It does not. The gates are at 3:30.
Oh, okay.
Show starts at 5.
Oh, all right.
5 o'clock. So tonight, out at Darien Lake, Mellencamp, Dylan, and Willie Nelson starts at 5. Doors at 3:30. Have fun. Man, I want to go to that show.
It's a hell of a show, buddy.
Hell of a show.
A lot of history on that stage.
Yes, there is.
A lot of tattoos on that stage.
We miss you, squirrel. A video from Irondequoit has gone big-time viral over the weekend.
What happened?
So in the video, there is a car stopped near Colebrook Road.
Okay.
And the person who is taking the video had their camera out because a deer was right off to the side of the road munching on some grass.
All right.
So this person is in their car. They're videotaping the deer. It's right there, and it's just...
How cute.
All of a sudden, you see a head of a German Shepherd in the car ahead of this person.
Okay.
And the Shepherd is looking at the deer. He's looking at what? He wants that deer bad. He's looking at him, right? Out of nowhere, the German Shepherd leaps out of the open window.
So now he's at the car.
And he takes off after the deer.
All right.
So the deer takes off running.
They will do that.
And now we got a situation.
All right.
So it's so funny, like watching. You see the look on the dog's face, and you know what he wants to do, but you don't think he's actually gonna jump. It's interesting too, because if you've seen the video, the dog waits until he's directly behind the deer, like he thinks the deer can't see him.
Yeah.
And then he makes his move.
Pounces. So now you got a shepherd deer chase.
Yes, you got it. And the funniest part of this video, as the dog, the German Shepherd, is running, you can see he is dragging a retractable leash behind him as he's trying to reach the deer. So it's possible that even the owner was holding the leash, not expecting the dog to like jump out the window, and boom, the thing was gone.
So what happened?
So the dog chased the deer through a bunch of yards. The video cuts off when the dog gets out of frame. No word on what happened to the dog. Hopefully, the German Shepherd is okay.
Okay.
You've seen this before, Kimmy?
No, but I haven't seen it personally, but I know somebody that it's happened to. Because you know how some drive-thrus, like they'll give your dog like a treat or something.
Yeah.
So a friend of mine's dog got used to getting a treat all the time. It jumped out of the window and tried to jump into the window of the drive-thru because it was like, I know there's treats in here.
This happened to me at Dunkin' Donuts. Same thing.
Really?
The dog tried to jump into the window.
So that my old dog Scotch, I used to take him when I ran errands, right? So if I had to go to like Dunkin', they would give him a little munchkin.
Yeah.
And then when I went to the dry cleaner, the drive-through dry cleaner, they would give him a treat.
No kidding.
When I went to the bank, they would give him a treat. So every time we pulled up to something, he just thought it was like a treat receptacle, right? So when I'm at Dunkin', and I'm, they're big advertisers on the show, so I'm talking to the guy, Dom, and all of a sudden my dog literally is hanging into the window face to face with the owner. And like he's trying to hold on to him. He's got his front, I've got the dog's ass. And I'm trying to pull the dog back into the car. And you don't realize how heavy your dog is until you're in that position where you're trying to yank the dog back in.
On still.
But he just like bolted in there.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, be a more responsible dog owner. Second of all, sidebar, do you know how much more pleasant errands would be if we were the ones getting the treats?
You want a candy?
Well, you go to the bank more.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, they probably give stuff to your kid too, right?
Yeah,
like
again, that's not me. That's not me. Like if I got like a munchkin or like a sucker or something every time I had to go somewhere, I'd be excited to go run errands.
Yeah.
Just something to think about. Keep a little Milky Way, the little Milky Ways there.
So the big thing they do now is those I think Starbucks does it. It's called a puppy
Pup cup.
cappuccino. It's whipped cream in a cup
Puppuccino.
that you give your dog.
Yeah.
And I didn't think that's healthy
I was
for
going
a
to say,
dog.
is that good for the dog?
But like,
Once in a while.
if a dog knows he's going to get one of those every time, he's going to go berserk.
Do they charge you for the puppuccino?
No,
know.
they don't.
You sure?
Well, when I did it last time we were traveling with the dog,
Mm-hmm.
I went through a Starbucks. They just gave the dog this little treat,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
I
okay.
gave it to her, and the thing was all over her face.
Wait, you're telling me the dog did not daintily eat the
Has
cup
no
of
etiquette.
whipped cream? What do you...
It's like an animal.
Okay. Can I point out, you're that guy now?
What?
See, I'm going to stop at Starbucks, and it's not enough that I get Starbucks. I'm also going to get my high-end dog a Starbucks too.
Well, they offered. I wasn't going to turn it down.
Starbucks?
So my wife was mad that the dog had the whipped cream, and I go, they do it. It probably doesn't kill the dog.
Probably. That's not a good way to answer that question.
I know they're not supposed to have chocolate.
252 WCMF. So again, we're talking about this video that went viral out in Irondequoit. German Shepherd jumps out a window as a car window, as a deer is just munching grass. He's chasing after the deer. The video cuts off there. How does this not happen every single day?
Probably happens more than you realize, but not everybody has cameras out all the time.
Yeah.
For
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I've been alive 38 years. I've driven a ton.
Yeah.
I've seen all kinds of dogs sticking their head out the window. I've never even seen a dog attempt it. I just assume dogs knew danger lurks outside of the car, so I stay
But
put.
if you're stopped like that, that's like the perfect scenario where the
Yeah.
car's stopped and there's a wild animal right there.
Yeah. But I'm also surprised it's a German Shepherd because those are usually really well-trained dogs.
And they're
right?
big.
Yeah. Oh, he was fast.
Yeah.
Pew! 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Caleb. Hello, Caleb.
Hello, Duffy.
What's up?
My dog he never jumped out of the car before, but he did jump out of a second-story window in the house I was living at the time to go chase it. I don't even know what the hell it is he saw, but he literally, I hear like a scuffle in one of the bedrooms, and I walk into the room, and I literally just see his back half launch out the window. And I ran to the window, obviously, because literally as soon as it happened, my heart just dropped. To this day, I don't know what the hell it is he saw. It might have been a deer, but he's always had a thing for like bunnies and cats.
You make it sound like a fetish.
Hey, what are you doing over there? Well, all right, Caleb, was he okay?
I think he was okay. I think he scared himself because he ran to the other side of the neighborhood that I was living in.
You know what I heard?
What's that?
I heard he died in a motorcycle accident a year later.
You know the worst part? Chasing squirrel.
Yeah.
No, he's okay. I mean, that was like almost 5 years ago. He's still doing good. But
Stop talking. I lost interest in your story after the dog went out the window, Caleb.
Caleb, your story went on. Look, I love the story. I love the story, Caleb.
Yeah, Pat loves it.
There's a lot of detail about a dog out a window. Just saying, Caleb, for future dog out window stories.
I appreciate that.
Are you done?
Caleb, thanks for the call, buddy. Why you gotta break Caleb's spirit like that? Huh?
It's because it's so easy.
You should never heard of Caleb. It's a biblical name. So if you're the owner of this dog out in Irondequoit, dog jumps out the window, he's chasing the deer, he's not running through yards. What the hell are you supposed to do?
Pull over and go get your dog.
Well, here's the problem. If you get out of the car and try and chase him, you could lose him, and you may not have time to pull over. Irondequoit, for some reason, has no shoulders anywhere.
Oh, really?
It's like right, Kimmy, am I wrong there? Irondequoit's like the community of no shoulders on their streets.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I've never really noticed that before, but it's a tight squeeze in there.
If there's ever a where they whining about lack of shoulders on the road, we
That
know
should tell.
it will be Irondequoit.
I
Right?
would
But-
still have to just pull over, put your blinkers on, and go.
No, but this woman, like the dog went out, she would have to throw the car in park, get out of her car in the middle of the street, and run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
you're going to abandon your car in the middle of the road with
I
traffic
think most
behind
people
you?
would abandon their car for their dog.
Their car?
Yeah.
I mean, you know the way that people are ripping cars off. It's a sitting
But
duck
it
for
could
somebody.
just be your immediate reaction. You know what I
Go
mean?
get your
Like you
dog.
might do it without even thinking about it.
So you're telling me, Kimmy, you'd throw it in park and run after the car or
I
the
don't
dog?
know. If there was nowhere to pull over, I think if I'm not going anywhere, I would get out initially. And I don't know. It'd be hard to say.
How about you?
What?
Are you throwing the car in park and leaving it open there, running to go get your
Oh,
dog?
yeah, I'm going to get the dog.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another question?
What?
Why you lie?
Bro,
Why you lie?
I almost got run over in a Bojangles parking lot chasing the goddamn
Yeah,
dog.
that's true.
Trying to stop rednecks from getting chicken.
That's the third best story of the day, by the way, with all the stories you've gotten so far. All right, let me ask you this then.
What?
So I guess it's an easy decision to go chase after your dog.
Yeah.
If you're the car behind the dog, are you getting out to help too?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you claim to be a dog lover.
I am.
Apparently not.
I'm not chasing somebody else's, but the dog's not going to come to me.
The dog, but I'm saying you can help trap the dog. The dog can get hit by a car. They need all the help
it's
they can get at that
terrible.
point.
No. That's where it ends.
Kimmy, are you bailing on your car if you're behind the car where the dog jumped out?
I probably not, only because I don't know if the dog's gonna even come to me anyways.
Right.
I mean,
Sure. Well, I mean, look. I mean,
after losing my dog, I was told don't chase it. It only makes it worse.
Yeah. No, I mean that's you're right. After all
like
those
that.
people went out of their way to help Kimmy find her dog when he went missing, it would be probably good for you.
No,
not
but
to drop anybody.
that's really, you're not supposed to do that. It actually only drives it further away.
Okay. So like, what if this is in your neighborhood?
Okay.
All right, right. Like the dog
So
is
loose dog in the neighborhood.
yeah running through your yard.
Yeah.
And you come out of the house to help with that.
Yeah,
dog?
I mean, not that I'll do.
Oh wow,
But
Christ,
half-ass it.
What is half-ass searching for a dog?
You know, I didn't say it.
So that's not helping.
Dog. I don't even know the dog's name. How do I call for a dog? I don't even know its name.
Well, I don't know. Would it come to you even if you knew its name? It doesn't know
Maybe
your
you
voice.
should just say like cheese or treats.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just start going down the list of food that
I got
dogs may
7
eat.
dogs in my yard.
I'll tell you what, man. We talk about like the people chasing after the dog. The most terrifying thing might be to see a German Shepherd sprinting through your yard if you have no idea what the hell's going on. Because those
Right.
are very intimidating dogs.
Yes, they are. Yeah, man, it's a cop dog.
That's what cop dog.
It is. It's a police dog.
Dog cop.
And it's army. They all have, like,
He's gonna start naming
decorated heroes that are German Shepherds.
naming dogs. Army, Navy, Marines.
Air Force, Marines.
Dog's gotta learn
Air
how
Force.
To, you gotta put that dog
Air
on a
Force
boat. You
dog.
gotta learn how to swim. Flying dogs.
Jumped out of the jet.
252 WCMF. Again, we started this conversation with a German Shepherd. Video's gone viral out in Irondequoit. Jumped out of a window to chase after a deer, and nobody knew what the hell to do. He's dragging his leash behind him. Nick's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. How's it going, guys?
Good, Nick.
So I got a buddy who was driving with his massive pit bull in the car, and the dog saw another, a rival dog outside, jumped out the window. My buddy grabbed the leash, just tore his shoulder out immediately.
Oh!
So now that he's dragging his shoulder down the street.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, took the arm clean out. No, he had surgery. He's got screws and stuff in it now. It's not good.
Okay, so I know everybody's loyal to their dog and everything, right? Can you still love your dog if it rips your shoulder out?
Tears your
while you're
shoulder.
trying
It'd be a tough call.
right?
Like, if it caused that much pain.
And like cost. Think about what it cost to have your shoulder
yeah.
rebuilt. I also love how Nick described the other dog as a rival dog.
Rival dog.
Like it was the Peyton Manning to that dog's Tom Brady. Isn't every dog a rival dog to
It
a
seems
dog?
to be when they see each other.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Sometimes they got dog homies.
all right, Nick. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
They
rest
got
of the day.
dog homies.
and dog rivals.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell it at the rock shop. They got dog homies. Okay, we're going to turn the page into the 7 o'clock hour, so hopefully the phone calls get better.
Okay.
And with that, there is someone who was a victim of a crime a little over a year ago.
All right.
And I'm sure this person is very happy that the two folks that police believe are responsible, and I say police, the feds believe are responsible.
So it took a year to solve this thing.
Well, here's the thing. It sounds like these people were already in custody. It was just a matter of tying them to this specific crime. However, the relief that the victim may have could be fleeting, because the authorities had to use text messages, they say, to tie these people to that crime. And it's in one of these text messages that the alleged criminals detail the victim. And they say something about the victim. Not trying to be mean, not trying to be insulting. And that's what makes it hurt even more. Because this might be the most emasculating thing you can say about a man, especially when you believe it.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Getting robbed doesn't seem like any fun.
No.
And you'd think being the victim of a robbery would be the worst thing that could happen to you involving that scenario.
Sure.
But someone who went through getting attacked and having something taken from them found out some new information this week. And Kimmy might be right in saying this is more embarrassing than the actual act of being stuck up.
Really?
Would definitely piss you off.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, we've seen stories, Kimmy, of people getting arrested for leaking, sharing, how do I put this? Inappropriate videos or pictures of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? In fact, there are laws that have been written now in the last 15 years to make those serious crimes. However, I don't recall any of those stories we've talked about involving a female suspect.
But she took the pictures?
Or no, she shared the pictures with people she shouldn't have.
Oh.
And we'll get to that story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Back in June of 2023, a postal worker was robbed in the city of Rochester.
Yeah.
So it happened on Lake Ave. Police say the suspects were a man and a woman, and they say the two suspects ambushed the mail person, attacked him, took a set of postal keys, and screwed.
Right.
Okay. The good news is, it doesn't sound like anyone was hurt, at least what we have from the story now. And there's even more good news. A few days after that incident, back in June of 2023, the suspects were found during a traffic stop.
Right.
Authorities say when they pulled them over, they had multiple cell phones, ski masks, credit cards, and checks belonging to other people. The credit cards and checks, I don't know whose ski masks they were. The reason this story is being brought up today, over the weekend, Tommy, the pair were finally charged for the alleged robbing of the postman. And because it's the post office, as we know, it involves federal charges.
Big
Not
house.
Good. Yeah. Mail theft, robbery, and conspiracy. Not good for them. But the mailman who was robbed may have found out something this weekend doesn't make him feel good.
What happened?
As part of the investigation, the feds released text messages that were found on the suspect's phone that link them to the initial robbery.
Great.
One is almost a motivational text.
Oh.
They're like pumping up whoever is going to rob the mailman.
All right.
Are you ready? Quote, you got to scare him. Make sure he doesn't see you again, bro. Just get up on him when he least expects it. It's $100,000 on the line. Just take a deep breath and go for it. He's not stronger than you.
Oh, it was a weakling.
He's not stronger than you.
That last line, I'm guessing.
You're a weak man.
At least they see you as a weak man.
Yes.
Whether or not you are.
Right. So
they're sizing you up.
if you're the mailman, what's worse? The phone number is 252-WCMF 252-9263. Is it the actual act of being robbed? Because that sounds horrifying.
Yeah.
Or is it the fact?
Reason why?
Yes, these two alleged criminals are shaming you in text messages even before they come after. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
That's what they are saying. That seems like it hurt you hearing that, Tommy. Being a man who most people are stronger than.
Yeah, because it never gets brought up here.
Well, no, I mean,
by my coworkers.
Look, if anyone can
call me weakling, call me a girl, sissy boy.
No, like I'm saying,
saying I have girl hands.
All I'm saying is,
you say that about yourself.
No, you say it about.
No,
me.
you say that.
He's pointing at her with his girl hands.
You say you have the hands of a 13-year-old girl. I believe that is your quote, not mine.
And look, man, what's great about this show is the three of us are so different. And like every discussion we have, there's different relatability.
Yes.
Like, everyone takes lead. Like you in this case are not as strong as 97% of men on this planet, and those people have all been inflicted with some terrible, terrible disease. So when I ask you, if you found out that two men, and by the way, they're not even trying to insult him here, right? They're being genuine when they say this. If you found out that two men looked at you and go, oh yeah, we're way stronger than him, would that hurt you?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's insulting.
But even though you know, though.
So did I ever tell you my JCC experience?
No.
Okay. So at the JCC, I was working out, and I'm on a treadmill. And there was another guy in there. He's like lifting weights. He's like a weightlifting jerk.
Oh, cool. It's
like a you.
So this dude comes into the room, and he needs another guy for a basketball game they're going to play, right?
Okay.
Pick up basketball. So he walks in, and he asks the guy, he goes, hey, man, we're short a guy. And he goes, no, I'm working on it, and I got to go back to work. He looks at me and walks out of the room. Just walks out.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look.
And I was pretty high up on that treadmill.
Gave you a few inches.
No, I was on a 3 on the incline.
There are some things that if he was doing, I mean, maybe you would, like if he was looking for someone to ride a horse quickly, he would have asked you to do it, right? Maybe, like if he was looking to find someone who landed a house on a witch, maybe you would have been the person they called on.
But the fact that he didn't even ask.
He just looked and walked out.
Yeah.
All right, so going back to the story with the mailman that was assaulted and robbed, mailman that was robbed all those years ago, and these text messages now being released saying you got to go after him. He's not stronger than you. Not a single man on earth wants to hear another man describe them in that way.
As a weakling.
Yes, because even if it's true, you don't have to say it.
Yeah, it's insulting. It's mean.
And, like, I get you robbing me because I have the stuff you want, right? I'm not happy about that, but that's logic.
And there's 2 of you.
Yeah. But to shame my manhood?
Yeah.
And it's not, again, they didn't even do it to be a dick. Like, one of the legitimate talking points of the plan was, you're stronger than that guy.
Yeah.
I'll say this.
All right.
I would be less upset about the robbery if you lied to me out loud about how strong I was while you were robbing me. You know, like you do to like a toddler when you're playing, like, wow, so strong. Like you're assaulting me and taking my stuff.
Yeah.
All you have to do is just say that a couple of times while we're struggling. And I might even eventually just give it to you because I feel so proud of myself.
All right.
Look at the strong man with the keys. Can you think of a thing that is more insulting to seriously say about a man?
Well, there'd be like, you're ugly.
Okay.
Right?
Is that number one, though?
I don't know.
Are we just listing things?
I'm giving you the list.
Okay.
Ugly.
Yeah.
Fat.
Gotcha.
Little weenie.
Okay. Ooh, that's a tough one.
So, and then weakling.
No, well, stupid. Let's not forget stupid.
Dumb.
Yeah.
So which is the worst?
Okay, so most men are ugly, so we can cross that right off, right? And guys, weight problems, whatever, we can handle that stuff.
We all struggle with the sugar.
Okay. Stupid. No guy wants to think they're stupid.
Every guy wants to think he's, also not funny.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, like if you tell somebody their joke sucks, most likely we've seen it happen on the show time and time again.
Yes,
they double down with another joke
Yes.
instead of just accepting defeat.
And then they go to Facebook and write mean things about us.
Yeah, it's like dumb and not funny got to rank really high.
Okay, so if we got the power 4 then, the power 4 of things you can legitimately say about a man to hurt them. Not funny, dumb, small penis, weak.
Yes.
All right. So if we're
So ugly doesn't even really.
No, I mean, bro.
And fat.
Yeah.
You're right.
Most of us are fat and ugly.
Yeah.
So, like, if we're going to do a power ranking of stupid, not funny, small penis, and weak, what comes in number 1?
I'm going to say dumb.
Dumb is number
Because
really?
then you look like a rube, a mark. Like you could be taken advantage of if you're dumb.
Okay.
So I would say that would be number 1.
But
that one's got to be the most common, I would think.
But here's the thing. You're dumb, and I'm dumb, and we know we're dumb.
Yeah, but you don't want somebody to call you dumb.
But people...
Especially somebody that you think you're smarter than. You know?
I don't... Okay.
Because all men think they're an expert at something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, everybody is an expert at something. Even
Not
the
really.
dumbest person is an expert at something.
Yeah, but not really.
No, I mean, no, yes, everybody is an expert at something. Like, the dumbest person you've ever met does one thing really, really well.
All right.
Like, if I needed to know how to not get sores sitting in a leather chair my whole life, I would come to you.
How do you know I'm not sore?
I guess I don't. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story. It was a crime that happened a little over a year ago in the city of Rochester. A mail carrier was robbed of their keys by 2 people. Those people were arrested just a few days later, but they're finally being charged with the actual crime. And as part of the investigation that the feds did, because this is the post office, they released text messages. And the text messages read, as they were pumping up one of the person, according to authorities, to rob the post office, that they said the man was not strong. He is not stronger than you, which hurts.
Yes.
All right, so you're saying dumb.
Yeah.
Then comes...
The weenie's got to be up there, man.
But you can hide the penis.
I was going to
but if
say
you're
like
known,
that. Oh, if you're known.
Which is one of my favorite games I used to play with your mom. Hide the penis. How many guys are known to have a small penis?
Well, let's say it got out there. Let's say you had a girlfriend that like
told people.
like you broke up with somebody and she started spreading around and you had a little weenie.
Okay. I always assume when I hear that from a woman that that's just anger.
But it's still out there.
Yeah.
You're still attached to
Yeah.
little weenie.
Okay.
Whether it's true or not.
So like there would have to be a source for that to come from like a source
A jilted lover.
that you would say like, oh, that makes sense. Like she would know. But if a guy just said that to you, a stranger just said that to you, you'd be like, okay, man. Right? Like, would it really bother you? Because it's not like he would know.
Yeah, you got a small dong, bro.
All right, so we put the.
I'm gonna say that's on the lowest
all
one.
right,
I'm gonna say that's
drop
4.
that down to the bottom.
So we got dumb, and what we have left is not funny and weak.
Yeah.
I would
Physically
think,
weak.
Like, I would think a lot for most guys, it's got to be weak, just because you even talk about you size up a room every time you go into
that's
one.
right.
Yeah.
And for somebody to tell you that they looked at you and thought, no problems there.
No, I mean, I agree with you. Here's the thing. All right,
so weak goes to number 2 then.
I think not funny is number 1. I think not funny takes over dumb.
Oh, really?
I can be called dumb. I'm not going to be happy about it, but I can get on with my day. I don't want to be called weak. That would really, really bother me. But I am positive if someone looked me in the face and said, you're not funny, and they meant it, not like you people calling, just trying to be mean.
I think they also mean it.
That would like.
All right, so you're saying
one?
not funny number 1.
Not funny would be number 1.
All right.
That wouldn't be the number 1 for you?
Yeah, because I think every guy
Because you're legitimately not funny.
is coming from not funny. I'll take it. I think every guy thinks they're a wise ass.
Yeah.
And if you're told no, yeah, that would be hurt.
If you're not funny, you can't hang, and nobody wants to
yeah.
not hang.
All right, so not funny number 1.
Week 2,
Week 2, what was 3?
dumb penis.
And memory loss.
But which one? But which one would you actually believe? You know what I mean? Like, which one would you, after time passed, like, would you think, well, am I weak? Am I not funny? Because I don't think like you would walk away and think I'm not funny.
No, well, it depends on how it's said to me, right? Because funny is all about perspective,
Yeah.
right? There are things that are very funny that you and I don't find funny because our sense of humors are broken, and there are things that Kimmy, we are howling with laughter over the stupidest. Yeah. This morning we were making a joke about hot snacks versus cold snacks,
yes.
and we were laughing so hard we had tears streaming down our face, and no one else would have found that funny, right? So it's Kimmy, the way someone could look at me and say it, like if somebody looked me dead in the eye and broke me down and then goes, and that's why you're not funny. Yeah, that would.
So you would walk away questioning yourself.
I guess because not funny is so open to interpretation, where you can test your strength.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
But I can't, because I can say, well, women don't get it, or bad crowd, or
But that's what I mean.
went over their head.
Tommy's line every night walking out of the club. Bad crowd, man. I guess I'm just too smart for him.
Went over their head.
Too sophisticated for the vagina donut joke.
But I
Still
think
hangs, man.
that's.
Still hangs.
If it hangs, I go to the doctor.
I think that's my point, though, is you would walk away being like, that guy doesn't even know funny, or that guy has no sense
Well, I
of
think
humor.
it would eat away at you because there's no definitive answer where you could test your
Okay.
strength. So, like, it would eat away at you because you could get your answer how strong you are.
Yeah.
Which I can't get an answer on humor because it's just open. It's whatever people think you're funny or not.
Okay, let me put it in this perspective. All right, so Tommy and I know stand-up comedy is a very unique situation, but I think this illustrates it the best.
All right.
You and I did hundreds of shows, maybe even thousands, right? I had been working, Kimmy, for 6-7 years on the road, at least 3 nights a week. If I had a really bad show, I would be driving away from that place, club, theater, whatever, going, am I not funny anymore?
You'd be depressed.
Yeah, and no, but I would legitimately question, am I not? Was that just me? Did you have that?
Yeah, you get depressed. You get ill.
So having done that for years and years and years, material that I know works and I killed in other rooms, if I would have one bad night, I would drive away going, am I not funny?
Yeah, but that would be an audience full of people telling you you're not funny. Where if
not
it's
one
just
person? Okay.
one guy, I don't know. I don't know if that would bother you.
My good buddy Billy Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which makes everyone your audience. Going back to the actual mailman getting, robbed
Insulted.
in the keys. And the story of these 2 people that were arrested by the feds, I text message. I want to read you the text message again. This is evidence that the feds say connects these people to this crime that happened a little over a year ago, stealing his keys. Quote, you got to scare him? Make sure he doesn't see you again, bro. Just get up on him when he least expects it. It's $100,000 on the line. Just take a deep breath and go for it. He's not stronger than you. Tommy, it's an interesting behind the scenes into what goes on between 2 alleged criminals before a robbery. That was like a pep talk.
Yeah. It's like a business plan.
Yes.
It's
every meeting you've ever had with a middle manager at your job before the Q2 quota comes in. Just go for it, man.
It's like right before the players come out the tunnel.
It's also interesting that these folks are obviously nervous about what they're trying to do if the allegations are true. Because it's not like these people would be new to the crime game based on the other stuff police say they found them
Yeah.
with. But before they tried to pull this off, you see the nerves in the text message, right?
It's tense.
Yeah. I would have just assumed at that point, like, you just go do it, you take the stuff and you
Yeah.
go. No?
Yeah, it's kind of how I would play it.
Is it less mysterious and badass? Like, do you look at the...
Well, if you have to get talked up,
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe more of this goes on than we think.
Well, I know
If
it's funny.
like a team thing.
I think we all have a bad habit of like looking at criminals as like these like cold-blooded people that don't think things through, right? But there's obviously
there was a business
question
plan.
happening here, and I wonder how common that is amongst
Yeah.
all folks that commit crimes that these people are alleged of committing. All right, so what do we learn here?
You're not funny. You're ugly.
I will.
And you used to be fat.
You'd rather get called weak than not funny. That's what we learned.
What did I say about Tommy where he's being so mean to me?
Everything.
What are you talking about?
Funny guy over
Go
here.
ahead.
Oh, you little weak boy, all upset, can't get chosen to play basketball, falling off the incline treadmill.
It's funny that moment stuck in your head too.
Well, yeah, it would.
That's how much it
I
matters.
know that it
It was so
bothered you.
insulting.
Like, give me if someone.
Like he turned and looked at me and go,
Yeah.
"Why would I pick you?" and left. It would have been better if he just turned heel and left. But he looked at me.
No, but bro, I mean, like, not only are you not tall, you're also the least athletic human that
But he
ever.
didn't know that.
No, he did. He saw
No,
you
you
walk.
I
never
was
know.
knocking it
Sometimes
out.
those old guys playing pickup, they have like that old man game going.
This- yeah.
Tommy
Hey, I
could've
was
been
on that
guy.
treadmill. I was on a 3.5. I was trucking.
If you've ever seen Tommy walk, you understand immediately he's never played a moment of organized sports in his life.
Yeah, you couldn't even ref the game. Those guys do a lot of running.
You are so cruel.
I thought it didn't bother you. I'm not calling you not funny. You can make jokes along the sideline.
Do your little jokey jokes.
Come on, you puss-ass, joke-ass bitch boy. Let's take a break.
All right.
Normally, this is a crime men commit. In fact, Kimmy, I believe every time we've seen in our area someone arrested for this, it has been a man between a certain age. This one's different. And although we don't know the gender of the person that was affected, if it was a man, it then creates another question, and I guess it comes down to masculinity, Your Majesty, because you want to believe, I know you do, that this wouldn't bother you. Whatever.
Blow it
I
off.
don't even care. But it can affect you in ways you're not thinking.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. every other story we've seen like this has a man as the suspect. So I guess congratulations to this woman for allegedly breaking the glass ceiling.
All right.
But because women haven't been arrested doesn't mean they're not doing it. Because you'd completely understand why a woman would want police involved in a situation like this. Would guys want the same thing? Or would guys either say, I don't care, or be worried calling the cops could just make things look worse?
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room. We're on Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Tonight is the night.
What is it?
It's the Outlaw Music Festival. Dylan, Willie Nelson, and John Mellencamp, one stage, Darien Lake this evening. And just to give you a heads up, there is a rumor circulating online that the show starts at 3:30, which is understandable.
Yeah, because those guys want to be off their feet by 11.
That is not true. The doors are at 3:30. The show starts at 5.
It's Tuesday, by the way.
Oh, Tuesday. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I keep saying tonight. My
Yep,
apologies.
yep.
We've been having so many days off. These Mondays
Yeah,
off the last
yeah.
couple of weeks. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
That's
yeah.
my fault. It is Tuesday. My apologies.
Yeah.
Outlaw Music Festival tomorrow, 5 p.m. start, 3:30 doors. There you go. Enjoy the show from your friends here. Yes. Let's see. Speaking of bands, just after 7:45, there is a legendary band that's been around since before Kimmy was born.
Yeah.
That could now be done forever
Yeah.
after what happened on a stage. Did you see the video?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was pretty funny.
Bro, it got intense real fast. Speaking of weak, I mean, what did this guy think he was going to do?
I don't know.
We'll tell you which legendary band got in a legitimate fist fight on stage just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 30-year-old woman just east of us has been arrested after police say she allegedly sent out, and I quote, intimate videos of another person without their consent. Now, those are all the details we have of the allegations. And right off the bat, this story is unique for two reasons.
What's that?
One, Kimmy, this is the first time I can ever remember seeing a woman arrested for this.
Arrested, yes, but I do know that there are other situations out there where a woman was in trouble for something like that.
Okay, let's put a pin in that.
Yeah.
We'll come back around to it. Every other time we've seen charges, we've seen men leak nudes or videos or whatever, right? And this woman, if the allegations are true, could be a trailblazer. The other reason this is strange, you're doing this at 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird age.
Right? Because again, Kimmy, the previous stories we've seen almost always involve teenagers, maybe folks in their early 20s. What would cause you to send something like this when you're 30? And going further, if you're sending it to like people you know, at 30, would your friends even want to see what you are allegedly sending?
Because basically, because these photos are not of her, there's somebody else.
It says somebody else, yes.
And they're sexual?
It said, I'll read you the quote from the report again, intimate videos.
Right. So the nudies. At least.
Before you give me the detail, I'm sorry, Kimmy. The woman has been charged. Order of protection was issued against her on behalf of the victim. She has a court date coming up.
I wonder, because like I said, I've heard of these situations in other circumstances. I wonder if this was a person who found their significant other cheating, and if they found those videos on his phone and shared it with her friends to say, look what he's doing.
Okay. All right. Very possible. Very possible. Now here, I do want to be clear.
I know that that's been a situation.
So, you are may or may not be aware of this?
But yeah, like
Shaming.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to be fair, in this scenario, we don't know the sex of the person in the videos.
Yeah.
But we know if the allegations are true, this woman is breaking stereotypes all over the place. So let's say, in a hypothetical situation, we have a guy whose nudes or videos or whatever have been shared with people he didn't want them shared with.
Okay.
Would a guy call the cops for something like this?
Yeah, you just draw more attention to it if you are embarrassed.
I mean, we have no background to go on because, again, Kimmy, it doesn't seem like we've ever covered a guy being the victim calling the cops.
And what would be the damage, I guess?
Okay, so
because it seems like you'd be making it worse, if anything.
Okay, so what would make it worse?
Well, get it out there.
Now,
now it's more public.
But in the story, the victim's name is not shared.
Yeah, but the people in the circle know, and that's going to grow.
Okay. Most people say they don't give a crap about their bodies getting out there. You're one of them, right? You don't care if anyone sees your genitals.
No.
Okay. But there is a reason why this woman, if the allegations are true, sent this video out.
Mm-hmm. She's mad.
And it's fair to speculate it's probably not a good reason. All right, Tommy. If there was an embarrassing, intimate video of you that a woman shared, you're saying there's nothing that could be caught on video of you doing intimately where you would want the police involved?
Now that I'm married, yes, but as a single person, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't care.
Would you judge a man who got the police involved in an incident like this?
Yeah, I think you're overstepping.
Over what?
Yeah. Why are you calling the cops, bro, over your
Well,
dog?
you don't know where that video could end up. I mean, if you
That's out
put
of my
a stop,
control.
but if you put a stop to it now, it could prevent it from ending up on like websites and things like that.
But it's probably already out there. Like, you're not going to pull it. You're not going to rein it back
but
in.
you don't
It's
know.
gone.
You don't know unless you have somebody investigate the situation.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is there a man listening that would call the cops if they found out videos,
By the way,
pictures?
people could be doing some. I mean, I feel like you just think it's like a nude photo or something.
Right.
Like, we don't know what's in that video that
True.
a guy would send to somebody. Like, maybe he would be embarrassed by.
All right, let's put it this way. You've never seen yourself self-loving. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You've never watched yourself.
A solo set.
Yeah. But I'm going to guess it's not pretty.
Oh, it's gross.
And it's probably embarrassing.
It's funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even like just you talking to somebody in like a sexual way could
Intimately?
be embarrassing. You know what I mean?
Well, what about, no, you don't think Tommy has like the ability to like talk dirty? The
Like-
creepy, we have a creep
Yeah.
cap. I think Tommy would probably be really good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe you're the exception.
It would bother. Wait, it would bother you to hear Tommy like dirty talking?
Yeah.
No, I think it would bother you more if I was seriously intimate.
That's what I'm
talking.
saying.
Like-
you're
like
being
talking-
serious about it.
Yes. Like if there was like me in the moment also verbally talking about what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I think that would gross her out more.
You'd be seeing a different side of somebody. No matter how well you think you know a buddy, there's a different side to them when it comes to that. And I think that most guys would be embarrassed by
But
that.
if it's just
side
me
of
straight
themselves.
rubbing it out,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd be funny.
No, I don't think it would be. I think you would see
I
that
think
video.
you-
Oh,
and be
it'd be
horrified.
gross. What can you do? Everybody does it.
All right, but
I mean, that's my thing. Like, we live in all this shame, but we all do it.
Yeah, but I think you're really downplaying how much it would bother you not knowing where that video ends up.
I mean, I guess what I'm asking is if this is a man in this case, or in the hypothetical situation we've played out here, one, why should a man have to tolerate that kind of embarrassment? And two, why should a woman not be held accountable if she's guilty of what she did? Answer that question. You
So
dirty
why-
talking solo player?
I would say it's about damn time men get what they've been dishing for centuries.
Okay, again,
How you treated women throughout history, and all of a sudden now that your little weenies out there, it's let's call the cops, let's get the SWAT team out here. Well,
Nobody deserves to have their private stuff leaked.
I'm just
no
saying,
matter how
man,
big
let's
of a
just level the
jerk you
playing-
are.
Let's just level the playing field because of guys like my dad and my generation that have been bad with women. I think this is what you get.
You think you're being progressive, but you sound like an idiot. You
So
sound like an idiot.
progressive, swing it around.
What are you? What are you doing?
What if somebody, and maybe I'm asking the wrong person,
What?
but what if because you pissed off some women back in the day, and what if she
All of them.
decided to send that video to all your family members?
Oh!
I'm
I'm asking the wrong person.
because I'm so old. I don't care.
Well, not now, but what about 30-year-old Tommy?
Maybe so, but as an old man, like I have no shame,
You have grandkids now.
and I don't care what people think.
Oh.
Maybe the grandkids.
Grandpa Tommy, what's in your hand there?
Yeah, I mean
Comes in the
God.
video.
that would be it. The grandkids.
Okay, all right. So, but you're not going to call the cops, though, even though you've
No.
created a nuclear situation
I'm
in your
not
family.
calling the cops. And my wife would want me to call the cops. I'm not calling her.
So let's talk about that. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this 30-year-old woman just east of us who was arrested after police say she, and I quote, shared intimate videos of another person without their consent. Now, we do not know if this was a man or a woman in those videos,
Yeah.
and we don't have any details as to what were in the videos. We know that she's facing charges, but in a hypothetical situation where this is a man, would you want the cops called? And, we're assuming that the man is the one that would make the decision here, but maybe it's not even his decision. Because, Kimmy, let me turn to you here. If tomorrow, your husband, and Tommy, I mean, that's a beefy, good-looking guy.
I'm looking at him right now.
Right over my shoulder here.
He's got them britches pulled to the goal line.
Look at
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
your husband had a video, Kimmy, from
Yeah.
back in the day that he sent to a woman in college, get out.
Yeah.
And it's way before you guys started dating. Ex-girlfriend sends it to friends. She sends it to two friends. Calgon situation. All of
Yeah.
a sudden, there are links in social media. See the dorm of Kimmy's husband from the break room. Would you demand he call the cops?
I would encourage him to, but if he really did not want to do that, I would respect that decision. I would put the decision in his hands.
Okay.
But I would think
what
I
things
would,
in his hands is what got him in this trouble in the first place.
but
Come on.
personally, I would encourage him to call the cops.
But what do you want to? Because it's already out there. So what are the cops going to do?
Well, what do you mean?
The video's out there. People have seen it. It's
yeah,
kind of
but
like
you
it's
wouldn't
over.
want like somebody who put that out there on purpose to face some kind of consequence for doing so.
All right, so let's say they face some kind of punishment.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they're going to do it again because you pissed them off.
Well, no, I mean,
Not if
some of
you-
the.
Not if you. I don't know what kind of
But you got to do
punishment you're
hard
gonna
prison
face.
time for a dong.
Oh, no,
kick?
you can actually. So I don't know what charges end up coming from this or if there's even a conviction because, again, it's just an allegation. But the way that they've rewritten – okay, so there's a website when Kimmy and I were in high school and when I was supposed to be in college called isanybodyup.com. Do you remember that website?
Is anybody
No.
up?
Isanybodyup.com.
Vaguely, now that you say that.
So what was it?
So you could send anonymously pictures of nudes.
Oh, okay.
And videos and everything of just random people. And this guy, he was a scumbag, the world's biggest scumbag, would link those videos to the Facebook pages of these
the
random
people.
people. And they didn't have to. And at the
I
time, the
vaguely
way.
remember the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the internet was brand new. It wasn't against
So
the
there's no law.
There was no law against it. So eventually he got busted because it turns out that he and his team were hacking women's Facebooks
Yeah.
and
Yes.
emails and
Okay.
things. That they weren't sending these videos,
Yeah.
they were hacking them. Long story short, almost every state in America rewrote the laws for serious punishment. So when you say, are you going to get prison time? Yes, prison time is on the table depending on what happens with these videos.
All right.
It is amazing
Right.
to think back now with what we accept as society that there was because this guy who owned this website is anybodyyup.com. I forget his name. He would go on national television. He would go on CNN and Fox News and do sit-down interviews and be like, his argument was, well, if you don't want it out, don't send the picture.
Yeah.
And he would call these women sluts and stupid and bitches. The guy was a he was a
Hunter
nightmare.
Moore was his name.
Yeah, that's him. He did
Yep.
prison time for it
Yeah.
eventually.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I mean, when you say it's not that big a deal, it is a big deal.
So you remember those Girls Gone Wild videos? Didn't
Yes.
that guy get in trouble too because he was just taking amateur photos of girls topless at bars and just putting them out there, not even getting releases for them?
I believe,
Among other reasons.
He went to jail.
I believe
Yeah.
The thing that pinned him was there was an underage girl
Yeah.
in one of the videos.
But I don't even think he got releases from some of these. He just like it was like video he just posted and sold those videos.
What a world we lived. That wasn't that
Yeah.
long ago,
Nope.
man. That was
No.
like 15, 20 years ago. Hey.
Yeah, no, they're only $24.99.
So going back to the story of these photos, leaking,
Yeah.
allegations, all this stuff. Look, I don't know if men are as insecure about their bodies as women are, because, I mean, you women, you have a rough go, right? But it's not, Tommy, like the majority of men are super secure about their bodies.
Yeah.
You see a lot of T-shirts in pools in the summertime. You see a lot of guys that refuse to shower at the gym.
Yeah.
Plenty of guys wonder out loud if they're packing the size the ladies want. Not to mention if the video is of something you did embarrassing sexually, because that's the other thing we haven't considered, right?
What's that?
Let's say she's got something. Let's say she's got you going for 15 seconds, and that's it.
Right.
Go, and you're done.
All
you,
right.
you want that out?
You're a quick draw?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the best.
Two quick Tommies, what they'd all call you online.
Well, at least it kind of rhymes.
Here's the video of Too Quick Tommy for the break room gooing out. He's gooing it out after 15 seconds. I know. See, it's
Gooing
gross.
it out.
You should want the cops called on your gooing it out situation.
I feel bad for the cops, man. They got to deal with this crap.
It's a crime.
I know, but it's like such a dumbass crime. And it's an emotional crime.
I don't
Well.
think it's every crime's an emotional
Yeah.
crime.
No, it's not. But there's no.
You
like,
don't murder somebody calculating for unless you're like killing them for insurance money.
Yeah, but that's all there is emotion. There's no like physical pain. There's no violence.
Oh,
You're not
there's-
out any money.
There's emotional pain. You could be out money. This could affect your reputation.
Yeah.
I said
Imagine
emotional
if people
pain.
at work found out. Like, think of some people here at work, how you would never be able to look at them the same way after seeing something like
I
that.
promise you, if a video of you got out from when you
I
were
could. I had to slink by Spezzano.
what I mean with your family, your wife would not look at you the
Oh.
same.
Yeah.
So don't sit here and say there wouldn't be any negative effect.
But that's it.
That's a lot.
That's it. Just my whole life.
Your wife losing respect for you?
Yeah, I get the boot.
That's huge.
I would-
Yeah, it's terrible. It's
You wouldn't
terrible.
have a house, man.
But you guys got space, right?
No, not for Too Quick Tommy. I don't. Are you having a woman come over? It's all right. She'll be gone by 8:15. Let's take a break. This band has existed since before Kimmy was born.
Yeah.
And what's unique about this band is they're not a household name.
No.
And they're not someone that everybody knows, but they are legendary. So much so that they are still putting people in pretty big venues.
Yeah.
I say maybe they were putting people in pretty big venues because after what happened on stage Friday night, I believe, this band could be done forever. Forever.
Yeah.
It is.
Do we know why the fight started?
Kind of. I got some details,
Okay.
and we'll get into it next here in the break room. Tell you who it is on 96.5 WCMF. this might be the end of this band.
Oh.
And which is amazing because they've been around since before Kimmy was born. And the older bands members pass away, members, don't want the grind of the road anymore. It's rare that you see a band that has been around this long and for this reason.
Yeah, and they're hustling.
And you got to watch all of it if you had a ticket. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. I believe it was Friday night.
Yeah.
You're familiar with the band Jane's Addiction?
I've been across the land once when I was 5. I ain't just the alien. I just sit from the back.
So they're doing a show on Friday night, and lead man Perry Farrell starts to have an issue. He's getting upset.
Yeah.
Now, Dave Navarro, famous guitarist, he is now in Jane's Addiction as well. He turns towards Dave Navarro, and he starts yelling at him into the microphone. But Dave Navarro, being the guitarist that he is, he just keeps playing the guitar cool. Man. He's not even paying attention. So Farrell gets in his face with the mic in his mouth and starts cursing at Navarro.
But we don't know why.
We don't know. Well, at the moment, we don't know why. So they are now on stage together, facing off. They are chest to chest. Something happened between them.
Between them.
Between them.
Sound like a bus driver. All you kids, something happened between them. It looks like Perry Farrell takes a full-on swing at Dave Navarro while he is playing on stage. The band is playing. And that's when the roadies and techs come out to try and separate him. And we'll get to that in a second. But this is the audio of what it sounds like when Farrell freaks out and attacks Dave Navarro.
Do it all.
Yeah, that guy's professional.
Yeah.
Here's the swinging.
All right.
He's still going. He's fading back to it on the other microphones. Oh, yeah, you can pull it down. So the roadies and techs come out to separate them, and it took 3 guys to get Perry Farrell off stage, which is funny because 1, he's 65 now.
Yeah.
And 2, he's 90 pounds.
Yeah. He's very frail looking.
Must be wiry.
Yeah.
So as Farrell is being dragged off the stage, Navarro takes his guitar, he lays it on the ground, and then it looks like he starts taking selfies with people in the front row. And it does seem this might be the last ever Jane's Addiction show, at least with both of them in the band, because they were supposed to play again this weekend. That show was canceled.
Oh.
So you had asked why.
Yeah.
In the New York Post, Perry's wife did an interview. And she says that he was frustrated because, 1, he is suffering from a bout of tinnitus that is really bothering him. And he's had a sore throat that's been affecting him on and off throughout this tour.
Okay.
When he got to the show that night, he got frustrated because he believed the band was louder than his vocals and that he had to scream just to be heard. That was hurting his voice. The frustration got even worse when his wife says people in the front row started cursing at him and complaining that the music was too loud. That's when he freaked out at Navarro and everything happened.
Okay, so it's everybody else's fault but me.
Sounds like a guy who's just grumpy that day.
It sounds like a 65-year-old man.
My throat hurts and I can't hear.
I mean, look, it is his band, kind of. Like he's the one that started the band.
Yeah, but maybe the road ain't for you anymore.
Okay.
But it's not like Dave Navarro can adjust the volume of his guitar.
Yeah, that's
can
the
he?
sound
I mean,
guy,
like I would
right?
think like that's part of like the whole production of it all. He's just playing his part.
Look, I don't know what the drama is behind
But that's
the
why they have
scenes.
sound checks and all that crap before they do a show.
Sure. So what's interesting?
And then also your wife gets involved too, which also is never a good look.
Speaks for him.
Yeah, it's not good. Also, she's much younger than Perry Farrell, which I think also makes it worse.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's like you're apologizing for your dad, and it's like political takes at Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Would you be excited or devastated to see your favorite band break up with you live on live on stage?
I initially might think it was like part of the show for a second until like he actually gets dragged off stage.
Would you be excited to see your absolute favorite band break up live in front of you?
Oh, to see a meltdown on stage?
Yeah.
Absolutely worth it.
The
But
last
how
show.
much
The last
concert would you
show.
have to get first?
I don't
Because I
even
need
care.
like at least half a concert. I need to enjoy the music for a little while before it happens.
I would like to be, yes, to your point, I'd like to be sucked into the show
Yeah.
than have it go horribly wrong.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you be excited or devastated to see your favorite band break up in front of you on stage? Because what's unique about this show,
Yeah.
Jane's Addiction has been around since 1985. And they've had massive success. But they're
Early
not
on, but they haven't had a hit in a long
Yeah, neither
time.
has any of these,
Right.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they're not a band that's a household name. Right? So the folks who are in the crowd watching Jane's Addiction that night probably love Jane's Addiction. Like if you go see Springsteen, there are going to be casual Springsteen fans. Same with Billy Joel. Same with the Stones. Like people will go see it just because they know 2 or 3 songs. I highly doubt a casual Jane's Addiction fan is going to spend the money it takes to go see a theater arena show with Jane's Addiction.
Yeah, these are hardcore.
So, like, I would think the majority of that arena is going to be devastated.
Yes.
You've been with them since 85, or at least since you've been born, right?
But you got to see a hell of a show.
Yeah, but it could be over.
Yeah.
You do have a great story, though.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But if you love Perry
Because
Farrell...
you're going to brag about seeing that. No matter how deep of a fan you are. If you just go see a great show, well, there's no story there.
Yeah.
Well, no, the story is it's a great show. You
Yeah,
have
but
that
that's it.
memory.
But you can, you get to tell people about your firsthand view of that incident.
All right, let me ask you a question.
All right.
Again, 252-WCMF, we're talking about a fist fight between Perry Farrell and Dave Navarro of Jane's Addiction that happened on Friday night on stage. Farrell took a swing at him. It took 3 roadies and techs to drag him off the stage. Dave Navarro looks like the coolest man on the planet after the way it worked out, but they canceled their show the next night, and it looks like the band could be done. If you could go to one show, your favorite artist, band, whatever, of all time, who is it? All time. Good guy. Come on.
Oh, it'd probably be like something like Miles Davis.
Miles Davis. Okay. All right. So
Who had a very short fuse.
So let's say you're out, you go see Miles somehow, he's still alive, you get to go see, this is your, all right. And he gets into a fist fight with one of the members of his band, and he goes, I'm never playing live ever again, and he walks off stage. That wouldn't hurt you?
No, that would. No, I'm telling you, I would love to see that.
How? Do you not have a soul?
And by the way, Miles is a good boxer, so you would get a hell of a fight. So there was a famous drummer and band leader back in the day. His name was Buddy Rich.
Okay.
And Buddy Rich was like this phenomenal drummer, but he also had a big band. He was notorious for having a really short fuse, and I think he got in fights even back in the day on stage with people. And I think one of the famous ones was him and Ginger Baker. Was a famous.
Oh yeah, who doesn't know Ginger Baker?
Well, back in the day, anybody listening to this station knows Ginger Baker.
No, Ginger Baker, yeah.
He got into a massive fist fight with that dude.
No kidding.
Like, if this has been going on longer than you think.
No, I understand that it happens.
Yeah.
It's just now we're in a world where we can
Well, you can
all
video.
see it. Yeah, exactly. Immediately see it live. And I think, again, what's unique about Jane's Addiction is you don't see them as fighters. I don't
No.
see Perry Farrell as a fighter.
Most of these guys you don't see as fighters. They're artists. They're musicians. They're dressed nice.
Especially that band. Like,
Yeah.
they are they're crowned with, like, pushing alternative music into the mainstream.
But you know what's funny? The one genre of music it doesn't seem to happen, where you think where there's the most tough guys, is country music, and they all seem to get along with each other. Like, you never hear about country guys battling it out.
Was Morgan Wallen throw a chair off like a rooftop?
Well, that was just a tear. That was just a,
And he wasn't
people
working.
walking down the street.
That was his
wasn't
day
like
off.
At another. Well, no, I mean he means like musicians attacking each other.
Like two guys on stage getting into it. Like tonight or tomorrow night, you got the legends of
the Outlaw Music
Yeah.
Festival. Yeah, it's Dylan, Willie Nelson, John Mellencamp.
right. And
Tuesday, Mellencamp
And,
takes
you know,
on Willie.
Mellencamp's known as a very difficult person to work with.
Okay, you keep saying that.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's true.
Bro, he's got a bad rap about working with people. People don't like working with him.
Who did you hear that from? Who'd you hear from?
People.
Oh yeah.
What they out here saying?
You don't know no one. You don't know nobody. Other show knows guys who knows guys. You don't know nothing.
But I bet you those guys get along fine on stage.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've probably been in the business, and maybe those three don't
But
go
so
on
are
stage.
these guys. They've been in 35
Yeah.
years and they're throwing hands. It just seems like country music is the only one where they get along with each other.
Yeah, that is weird. But then again, maybe they're all in on the game. All right, you're going to sing a song, and then I'm going to do a song that sounds exactly the same, and then this guy's going to do a song that sounds exactly the same. We're all going to be
All right.
millionaires.
Well, but there's also, I'm thinking like most of those country artists are like solo artists. It's more about them than the band. Whereas a lot of
Oh,
these
yeah.
incidents
Oh, okay.
we're talking about, it was like a battle of like who's the main guy.
To your point, I mean, I do remember reading a story, if I'm remembering correctly, that Florida Georgia line don't like
Yeah,
each
they
other
broke
anymore.
up.
So
Yeah.
much so that one has to stay on each side of the line. It's true. I feel bad for the guy that got Jacksonville. This town sucks. 252 WCMF again. Perry Farrell, lead man of Jane's Addiction, really the face of that band, gets in a fight with his guitarist Dave Navarro on stage Friday night. The next show was canceled. It looks like they could be done forever. Let's talk to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, I got a story about watching George Lynch, the guitar player from Dokken, years ago. This is the War Memorial. So he's playing the set. They get done with their set. He's over by the monitor sound guy to the left of him. So the monitor guy leans over the monitor board, and George just decks him right in the face.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Oh,
Pretty
it was
cool.
phenomenal. It was one of the best things I've ever seen at a
It's a
concert. in my life.
Dawkins show. You can't ruin a Dawkins show.
Well, he's saying it's
Well,
the
the
best
thought-
thing he ever
well,
saw.
Oh, it was fantastic. And this is a long time ago. This is back in probably the early 90s. And he just drilled him. The guy leaned over the board. It was hilarious.
I love how you don't even know what he was saying. He might have been like, hey, man, good show. I hope everything.
Oh, I'm serious. I've been to probably 60, 70 concerts. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen, and it was
See?
phenomenal.
All right,
Sticks
Jeff,
out.
let me ask you this. Your favorite band of all time is who?
It's got to be Van Halen.
Okay, so you go. I guess this is a stupid question because they've done this like 15 times.
Yes.
Fist fought and broke up. I don't know. Like let's say, everyone's still alive. You got Hagar and David Lee Roth on stage at the same time. All of a sudden, melee, chairs, chains breaks out. Nobody is ever playing with each other again. Are you sad you saw that, or is that awesome you saw that?
That would be the best. I would love to see Sammy kick David's ass. And I love Dave, but Sammy would kick his ass.
I love Dave, but I want to see him get beaten severely.
Couple old men throwing hands.
Jeff, thanks for the
great.
call, buddy. Have a good rest
All
of the
right,
day.
see you guys.
All right, we'll take one more call, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How many band fights have people seen, for God's sakes?
I don't know.
Jen's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Jen, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
So years ago at this bar called Steel on Scottsdale Road, I saw Janie Lane from Warren
Okay.
punch his keyboard player and get escorted out of the bar from his own show.
Wait a minute. I remember Steele. That dude went so bad that he was playing that club?
Oh yeah, it was like maybe about a year or so before he had passed away, right? And
Man.
he was there doing a show, and I think he was playing one of his Warrant songs, and the keyboard messed it up or something, and he turned around and he punched his keyboard player, and the bouncer had to escort him out of the bar.
So,
It sucks to be the keyboard player 'cause you got nowhere to go. Like, I mean, it's
Yeah,
tough
you're
to
kinda
like,
trapped.
Yeah, it's tough to like get out of that seat
Back
quickly. I'm
against the
guessing.
wall.
Yeah.
all right, so Jen, what happens when the guy you came to see gets escorted out of his own show? Is the show over?
No, it's in the parking lot.
So it was over. It was over after that. I mean, it's not like there was a million people there anyway, but
Well, Jen, I mean, you say a million people.
But
I'm remembering the inside of that club. I don't think it fit more than like 200 people. Am I wrong?
yeah, I think from what I can recall, I think there was like maybe about 100 or so people there, and he was a really nice guy, but you know,
Up until that whole keyboard player incident.
at the end of it, by the time he was done with his show, and he was also very tall. Like, he wasn't short. He was like 6'1" or 6'2". So it was
Calm down over there,
interesting,
Jen.
to say the least.
Jen, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care. Go
All right,
ahead.
so if you see a show like that
Yeah.
and it ends in a massive brawl, it seems to have some hang time.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
It
You're
sticks
right.
with you.
Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was getting more emotionally attached to the music, Tommy, which I guess is what it's supposed to do to you. Maybe I'm a little deeper than everybody else.
Yeah, maybe not.
Got caught stealing my emotions. Let's take a break. There's a lot going on in this story we're going to tell you.
Okay.
It involves something that you shouldn't do, in my opinion, right? Although it's not a crime. In fact, people pay to do this. It involves a woman at an age where you'd go, why would you do this? And it involves something you didn't know could happen if you tried to do this, because there's plenty of danger if you attempted to do this. This would not be one that crossed your mind. We'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. What a great NFL weekend. and you have another chance to start. There's a lot going on in this story.
Okay.
There's the insanity of wanting to do this for fun. There's the age of the person who did this. But I'm sure when this person decided to cross this off their bucket list item, there was no way they thought what happened to them could happen to them.
So they were surprised.
Oh, boy, this would be a surprise.
Okay.
They lived to tell the tale. But even after initially surviving, what the hell are you supposed to do to keep yourself alive?
You got that close, huh?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. Last Thursday night, there was a hell of an issue with a skydiving trip that went south
God damn,
for one of the participants, but it's not the way that you think. The 59-year-old woman.
59?
59-year-old woman decided she was going to jump out of a plane, and she did just that.
Was this like her first attempt?
We do not have that information. Okay. So she goes up. She leaps out of the plane. She free fell for a little while. She deployed her chute. Everything went beautifully, and she was slowly floating down to the ground, taking in her surroundings.
So perfect.
And that's when they lost her.
What do you mean they lost her?
They lost her.
Oh, like they lost her location?
They lost
Where
her.
she landed?
Yes.
Okay.
According to authorities, it is believed that the wind blew her parachute off course.
So she kind of drifted away?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
North of the landing zone where they were waiting for her. And when that happened, they couldn't find her.
Did you have her cell phone?
Well, are you allowed to jump with a cell phone? Probably fall out of your pocket, hit someone on the head. That's dangerous.
Well, you zipper it up at something.
no,
Can you hear me
because
now?
you-
Bang! You just zipper it up.
Maybe it's the GoPro cam. But you know how people have like the selfie sticks? I always assume those are on their phones, but maybe not.
If she had a cell phone, she didn't have reception because they could not find her. All that they knew was that this woman landed in a wooded area.
Okay. Well, she could be hanging in a tree.
Yes, she could. It was so bad.
How bad was it?
They had to call emergency personnel to help with the search. And even they were having a hard time. It had to get to a point where people started to fear the worst, Tommy.
Carol!
That's when,
Yeah.
an hour and 15 minutes later,
What?
she was located by authorities on a country road. Authorities say she had minor injuries. She was taken by private vehicle to the hospital, checked out. After all of that, it sounds like physically she's going to be okay.
Okay.
Do they tell you how to handle this when you jump out of a plane?
I hope so.
Did you think this was a possibility? Because I wouldn't have.
Like being blown off course.
You get lost.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
And that far lost.
and she wasn't jumping with somebody like on her back. It was like a solo.
No, that would have been an awkward situation.
Yes.
Get off me! Get off me!
So she's all
Carol!
Carol.
You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, so like she's by herself, which means she's probably experienced.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But they still couldn't find her for an hour and a half. Yeah. I mean, so to your point, the fact that she was jumping alone then leads us to believe this was not her first time, unless you're allowed to solo jump for your first time.
I wouldn't think.
Okay, we've never gone skydiving.
First time you just jump yourself?
252 WCMF, are you allowed to go by yourself if you want to on your first jump? Or is this a woman that you would assume has experience because she's going by herself?
At that age, yeah, you can go either way. It could have been like a bucket list thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or she's been doing it her whole life.
Yeah, she's right on the goal line of this is what I do for a hobby versus let's try it one time.
I saw this in a Viagra ad.
Think about how horrifying it would be if you're this woman. Because you know you're going off course, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. She also landed in a wooded area, so to your point, she had to go through the trees.
Right.
Then after all that, you most likely have no idea where you are. You have no way to get a hold of anybody.
No.
There is no guarantee that someone's going to find you, because I know that we like to assume in today's society, Your Majesty, that it's easy to locate missing people.
You would
but
think.
there was that guy in Geneseo who was running from the cops, shot at the cops. He ran and then disappeared. His body was just like 100 yards from the street. They looked all over for him. They couldn't find him for a year. Somebody else found him. And after all of that, there would have to be the real possibility that you die in the woods by yourself that would start to sink.
Like you get hang in the trees.
Exactly. Or even like...
Your Skeletor remains.
Skeletal?
Skeletor.
Skeletor wasn't that the villain from He-Man? Did you say Skeletor remains?
Yes. What would you say? Skeletal?
Skeletal?
Skeletal? Skittle?
Skeletal? Yeah, Skittle remains.
Skittle
you
remains.
said Skeletor remains?
Yes. How do you say it?
Skeletal remains.
Skeletal?
Skeletal.
That Tor?
Skeletor was
remains.
the bad guy from He-Man, wasn't he?
Well, you were like pretty scary.
Skeletor remains. You're so stupid.
At least I ain't dead in the trees.
Not yet.
I've heard him say Skeletor before, but I thought he was just kidding.
No. Skeletal.
This is one of those rare occasions where Tommy's actually embarrassed and he doesn't know how to handle it. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 59-year-old woman and He-Man enthusiast who jumped out of a plane. Everything went fine until she was slowly blown off course. According to the story, she went missing. They couldn't find her. For an hour and 15 minutes, she was finally located, taken by private car to the hospital. Looks like everything's going to be okay. There's no way this is real. Kimmy, there's no way this is real. Okay. 252 WCMF, because we had a lot of questions.
Yes.
And we've never been skydiving. Let's talk to Skyler. He's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. I think it's skeletorial.
No, that's when one skeleton gets upset another skeleton is on their property. He's very skeletorial. Yeah.
So one of my nicknames is Skylator Aurora Borealis, just for the record. But me and
Show sucks so hard. But you were saying,
so
Skyler.
me and my buddies went skydiving. You don't have to be a professional because I've only ever done it once, but we took like a 5-hour course before, and so it tells you what to do if something goes wrong. And thank God we didn't smoke any pot because I paid attention, and my parachute didn't open.
What?
So you got like.
Is that why your voice sounds like that? Because you hit the ground at that speed?
I know I got it open, but I paid attention. What you got to do, it was tangled, so you just put your hands up in the middle of the ropes, and you kick your foot around to the left, and it popped right open. But they got you wear a headset. So you can talk back and forth to the dude, right? Okay. And he'll tell you, you can just have fun, go left to right, do whatever you want. And it's like, okay, now you got to go to the left, and then, you just pull one cord and it turns you. And my buddy's headset went like the batteries went dead.
So you really paid for a quality operation here.
He went way, way off course, and the guy was flipping out on him. You're gonna. We went right into the trees, but not like high into the trees. Went right to the edge of the field in the trees. But the guy was flipping out on him, and my buddy's a big boy, and he I can't believe he didn't just rip that dude's head off. He's like, your headset went dead, and I couldn't hear. You're not listening. He's like, the headset's dead. But it was pretty scary for everybody.
You almost ended up Skeletor remains.
Oh, my God.
It was really bad.
Skeletor Aurora Borealis remains.
All right, Skyler, so after that experience, because it sounds like a lot of things went wrong there, are you willing to do it again?
Oh, no, man. I was like 23 back then. I'm 54 now. I ain't going up in no plane.
You're still not 23?
Nope, I know.
Can you imagine trying to communicate with him while he's falling through the space?
Skyler, what would it sound like? We'd like, hey, Skyler, do we have it? Skyler, I can't make out what you're wearing.
Big boy. 23.
Skyler Aurora Borealis, come in. Skyler Aurora Borealis.
Skeletor Aurora Borealis, come on.
Sorry, my fault,
All right,
Skyler.
you guys have a great day.
See
you know
you,
how
bud.
sometimes your listeners get bored with you on the phone? I've got to go.
Bye, Skyler. Trying to hurt us. Well, you guys suck, too, man. Okay, so this woman getting lost again. This 59-year-old woman, according to police, she goes up, skydive. She comes down, everything goes fine until she gets blown off course.
Yeah.
Do you have to drag the chute with you if you get lost?
You landed.
Yeah, let's say you got a chute from the company.
No, I think
right?
you can. You just take it off. You probably take it off.
No,
right?
I understand you can
But
take
you
it
have
off.
to bring it with you to give it back to the guy.
Yeah.
I see what you're
Or
saying.
you're going to lose your deposit.
Okay.
What's the deposit on a parachute? $500.
How heavy is a parachute? It can't be that heavy, right?
I think they're pretty
Carry
heavy.
around?
I don't know. I mean, it's keeping you from dying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got all that straps and everything to
It's
it.
got all that straps.
They literally attach it to your Skeletor frame. Skeletorial.
Let me ask you a question. So you jump out of the plane, you get blown off course, you have no idea where you are, and you're afraid. How much would the deposit have to be where you wouldn't take off the parachute?
So how much?
So let's say the deposit was $100. Would you leave that thing in the woods and start walking?
Yeah.
Okay.
$100.
$400.
Oh no, it's coming with me.
Wait, $400 is enough to you to potentially.
I'm dragging that thing back.
But if that thing could hold you down, if it gets to nightfall, that's a serious problem.
Nightfall.
There's animals in the woods.
There
Yeah.
is?
Well, you bring that up. Did you see?
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Okay,
There's animals in the woods.
bro, you could get killed and end up Skeletor remains.
What do you think is
I
going to
don't-
kill you?
No. I don't know if this is a recent video or if this is from the past, but there's that footage of a skydiver landing in Australia, and he lands like right in the middle of all this pack of kangaroos.
Yeah.
And they literally just come and start punching him as he's landing.
It's like the funniest thing you've
Can
ever
you
seen.
imagine if that was Skylar? I used to be sort of. Why am I Australian?
It's weird. I love how you.
How much pot did I smoke today?
I love like we've done now a crossover of Skylar doing Ben being done by Tommy. All right, let's take a break. Look, this sport has taken America by storm.
Oh, it's a new sport?
No, I mean, well, it's a new sport. I mean, there's nothing we can do to stop it. You're familiar with pickleball.
Oh, yeah.
And look, I guess anything that becomes this popular will start to cause problems in certain places.
Sure.
But folks are starting to get pissed off. Why are you laughing?
Because you knew it was going to go bad, man.
Well, I don't know if this is going bad because this is actually showing how good it's going. It's consuming everything, and that's the problem.
But it sounds like we peaked.
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look, I'll give you the details. Let's put it this way. There are people who don't play pickleball that are pissed because the places that they go do their activities have now been taken over by pickleball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Picklers.
Do they call them picklers?
Why not? What else would you call them?
Pickleball players? I don't
Pickleball players.
You're going to come at me. This is how...
Bad. To the pickleball bone. Baby.
Where else are you getting George Thorogood into the big
That's
ball?
just big pickle playing? Yes, it is.
And then Elvis, who's going to want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh, hold on, Peter and sandwich. Little pizza man pizza? Yeah, this is Elvis.
What do you think it would sound like if Skylar was doing Elvis ordering of bananas?
Two pizzas. Yes. Priscilla, come over here.
Well, your mic is off.
Pickleball players are called picklers, for the record.
Okay, we have derailed. We're going to take a break and come back and tell you why folks are ready to run pickleball players out of every town in America.
Oh, they're pissed.
We'll
Okay.
get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This point seems like this sport is unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, until we get bored of it.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, there is a negative effect that people never saw coming.
Oh.
Because, Tommy, when you're building a pickleball court, it takes up space.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out taking space away from things that are affecting kids.
Well, you got to give stuff up.
Well, but you're giving up things that kids enjoy doing for the sake of a bunch of yous.
Me's use?
Use.
Use?
You hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:45, you know. It is contentious right now with the presidential election going on. I mean, we saw another assassination attempt according to the FBI yesterday. That just happened. And there are people who believe that not enough folks are plugged into the real issues plaguing this presidential race.
Okay.
But it turns out maybe we're more patriotic than we think.
Oh.
Maybe we're more plugged in than we think. Because the fact that this plummeted during last week's presidential debate tells us when no one else is looking, people might want to get informed.
All right.
And we'll get to it. Tell you what it is just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. Story over the weekend about how pickleball is consuming parks across the United States. And how the building of pickleball courts are wiping out basketball courts, tennis courts, and skate parks.
So they're like tearing them down.
Or putting pickleball courts over them. So several communities are up in arms that, and I quote, already rare basketball spaces have been turned into pickleball courts, eliminating entire communities' abilities to play. And locally, there are some YMCAs that will convert their indoor pickleball or indoor basketball courts certain times of the day into places
pickle.
Yeah, for people to play pickleball.
Straight up.
And there are people who shoot hoops at that time of day that are now furious that the pickleballers have thrown them out of the gym.
The hoopers versus the picklers.
For some reason, Kimmy, communities.
I'm taking that basketball team.
You think so? I don't know. Have you seen old guys playing basketball?
Yeah, I'm telling you though, old man strength.
Yeah, but they got bad knees. They all got bad knees.
Shoulders, backs.
What do you think the picklers got?
I don't know. You're not jumping pickling.
That's why they do it.
All right. But this is the power of the Gray Panthers.
What are you talking about?
They just take over. They'll push you aside. They'll just say, "No, it's ours now." They're entitled.
I mean, that's what
See,
it
I
says.
It's the power of it's the gray wave, man.
To your
gray
point,
wave.
like I
The
want to
grave.
say it's the gray
Get to the grave.
Grave. Wave to the grave.
I want to say it's the gray wave, but I do know a lot of younger people that are in pickleball leagues and play pickleball regularly, and it's there. I wonder if a lot of the rec sports have been replaced with pickleball.
Well, I mean, apparently not enough where folks are just okay with this happening. I mean, look, you even saw the Dome Arena throw out all the other stuff they've done in the past to become an exclusive pickleball venue.
Yeah, they totally flipped.
And it didn't work out for them, right? But they did it. 252-WCMF 252-9263. Is pickleball taking over parks across America at the expense of other sports?
The children.
Is this a problem for you?
No.
What do you mean? You're bitching all the time about how fat kids are. They don't get outside. Now
Well, they're not using the crap anyway.
What do you mean they're not using the crap?
I drive past the parks. I don't see no damn kids.
One, no, you're not. Two, if you were driving past the parks, the
I
cops
slow
would be-
down and I look for the children. I don't see the children.
Like, the only good thing he's got going for him, Kimmy, is he hasn't had candy in his car in 30 years. Hey, kids, you want some fennel? Kimmy, do you see this as a problem?
Because your old man's deep in it.
Yeah, I mean, my fear is is this a phase? Like, are
It's
people
racquetball
not?
all over again. Man.
Yeah, like, are people not going to be interested in this, or something else going to come along in the next 10 years, and we'll be like, hey, remember when everybody played pickleball?
So there's two ways to look at it along those lines, right? Tommy, you brought up squash, racquetball, whatever you want to call it, right? Squash was a monster for years. There were communities that built those concrete walls.
Oh my God, they had
parks.
those indoor facilities. It was on ESPN.
Do either of you know anybody that plays squash anymore?
Oh.
No.
I don't. I mean, that could be the argument for keeping the basketball and the tennis courts because, like you say, nobody wants to play basketball. You just made that up, right? Like you just
could you just make it like an everything court? You know what I mean?
Well, that's going to cause more fights because,
true.
now I wanted to be a pickleball court. Well, I'm here to play basketball.
But, yeah.
But, like, you can make the argument that because basketball and tennis and the skate park have survived, well, not the skate park so much, but the other two sports have survived recreationally for what, like 90 years? Where there's always somebody on those courts.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the problem.
That's the argument to keep them over pickleball.
You got instead of like going all in early on these sports, these new sports.
Yeah.
Pump the brakes and wait a little bit before you start to overdevelop like these parks into these fads. Because if it goes away, then you're stuck.
You're not wrong, but counterpoint to that, we've also seen communities have like housing values raise when they put pickleball courts in their parks. Not to mention, I mean, your goal as a community, like the government, right, the town government, is there to provide things for you, right? Like that's their job. Like here's a park over here, we're fixing roads over here. So I would understand why they would see this and be like, oh, we can keep our community active. Let's put the pickleball courts here.
But
How
it sounds
long
like
are you
it's
supposed to wait?
But you're overdeveloped. Pickleball hasn't been around that long, has it?
I mean, not in a
Or
popular.
anybody knew about it.
I remember kids playing it in gym class, but I don't know if it was for adults at that time.
But the counterpoint to that too can be, how does it blow up if there's not enough places for people to play?
It's got to blow up on its own.
Oh, Mike, what does that even mean?
It's got to be a self-blowing type of situation.
And I mean, every man's tried, and we're not going to get there,
I would also
right? We've all tried, haven't we? No, have we not done? Not because I haven't.
I
but
got a bad back.
I heard other guys have, but not me personally.
Why would you leave the house?
Boo!
Oh, that's where you draw the line.
I was walking and you blew boo. You self blew the joke is what you did.
I'm surprised
Skeletor remains.
here, especially there's so many outdoor courts just because it's not something you can play outdoor all year round.
Okay.
You know, like I'm surprised there aren't more indoor facilities, I guess, being
It's
built.
coming.
But we
Well,
saw
no.
the one.
The Dome
yeah.
tried it, and it,
right,
and it tanked.
which I'm surprised.
But you have you have a place in Fairport that is opening up or has opened up
think
near the
it's there
bars.
already,
Then
yeah.
you have that place in East Rochester, Donkin Flonkers. What's it? It's a private.
Every time you say it like that, I can't remember the
Fluke and
actual name.
Dugers.
So it's an indoor.
Pickleball, facility. Like
With
they've
a
been
bar.
around for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have a bar inside.
Dinkers.
Donkin
Dinkers. It's just called Dinkers.
Snop and Donkles.
In
No, that's
East
your
Rochester.
fantasy on Saturday night.
Snop and Donkles?
Yes.
Really? What is a snop? What is snop and a donkle?
You don't know?
No.
Tell me, I got a little facility. Indoor facility. I just opened
I
up.
want to see you say back what I said.
Would you like to check it out?
Well, yeah, where would this facility
Oh,
be?
it's located in the men's room.
Really? No
I have
kidding.
a new facility. In
Yeah.
there.
What's it
It's a
called?
little kiosk. It's called Old Uncle Tommy's Schlonken Donkers, from the donk to your schlonk sauce.
From the dog to my schlong.
Yes.
Get the hell out of here.
Sauce.
252 WCMF. We're talking about how communities across America have furious
Pushing
residents.
kids out.
Yes, essentially that the communities are building pickleball courts over tennis courts, over basketball courts, over skate parks because it's become so popular. But people that play these other sports are getting very upset. We saw it locally. There are YMCAs that are converting their indoor gyms into pickleball courts sometimes, and it's taken away from people that want to shoot hoops. And folks are yelling like, one, this could just be a fad. You're ruining this. Two, you're taking away valuable space that kids want to go play.
The children.
Kids don't have pickleball paddles and balls. And
Where are these chubby children going to do the thing?
we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Bill writes us. They should replace every basketball court with pickleball courts in every park. I'd rather see people playing pickle than getting into fist fights over hard fouls. Yeah, because we haven't seen fist fights on pickleball courts.
And the thing is, too, at least with pickup basketball, there are a lot of people that can participate in this at one time.
Yeah, you could run 10 at a time.
Whereas, like, pickleball, it's max, like, 4 at a time on each court. I don't know how many people you're getting in and out of there.
Do they play
quickly.
singles pickle or is it all doubles?
I don't know.
How long does the game go?
I've never played, never watched.
I mean, if you play like a full set, hour?
Do they score it the same as tennis?
I don't know.
Because I don't even know how tennis is scored.
I
And I
don't
watched
either.
3 of my daughter's matches last week.
Go ahead.
It says a casual game of pickleball, which I don't know if most people are playing a casual game. That lasts between 15 to 30 minutes.
Per game?
A competitive
How many games
match.
do you play in a
Wait,
set?
wait. It says a competitive match can take 45 minutes or longer.
F that.
Yeah.
Why would you
I'm
want
out.
And it seems like tournament matches, you're playing best of 3. Jeez.
Ooh.
Come on, man. You can rip through a game to 11 on a
Yeah.
basketball court in like 5 to 10 minutes.
All right.
And that's 10 people at a time. Like, that's what really bothers me here,
Better
I guess.
turnover for your money.
Well, no, but in all sincerity, look, anybody that's ever played pickup basketball their entire life, and you can set this one out, Tommy, I'll talk to Kimmy. Like, you go to the park, right? You have 2 basketball courts normally that work just fine, and everybody rotates in, right? You got your 4 or 5 guys, depending on the side of the court, 5 guys or gals, whatever, and they're going to play. There could be 20 guys waiting, and within 30 minutes, somebody's going to get a game.
You'll get in.
Right?
Or even if there's not enough people, like there'll be one court playing games, another court where people are just shooting hoops too. So like even while you wait, there may be something to do.
Like we accidentally stumbled upon the perfect athletic system with pickup basketball in parks in America, right? Winner stays. Next 5 to make a free throw, go. And then you keep rolling it through.
So you get good turnover.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Doesn't sound like it with Pickle. And I guess the bigger problem here, Tommy, the bigger issue with all you picklers taking over America. It does sound like you said that the towns, cities, communities are favoring the older crowd over the younger ones.
Yeah, 'cause those are the ones that pay the taxes.
But here's the problem.
And bitch.
There are already so many things for the older set to do in these communities, right? Like they'll run full health programs, senior leagues for sports, field trips with buses to casinos and leaf
Silver
watching.
sneakers.
Yeah. Like, do you have to take all the courts in the park too?
Yeah.
Go to any community center, like gym that a town has, and count how many people are over the age of 60, and it's going to be all of them.
Yeah.
So then why do you get the pickleball too?
Because we got the power. And we're greedy.
Yeah, thank you.
We are the greediest generation the world has ever known.
That's what I'm getting at.
We're selfish. We have bad old tattoos. We have funny hats.
This park is mine now.
Yeah. Novelty
Move
t-shirts.
over, kids.
It's
And
infuriating.
you'll never break it.
Oh, you're going to die soon.
No, but the next generation of old farts is right behind me.
I don't know. I want to hope that Gen X doesn't pull the crap you guys are pulling.
Nah,
Why not?
Every generation's going to have something, though,
But
right?
if you see that generation getting all that, you're going to even push it further.
I mean, no, in your selfish boomer mentality, I get why you would think that. You could also look at that and be like, man, those guys were dicks. Well, thank God they're gone.
But look at all the cool stuff.
Boy.
Like, I can't believe how much free stuff I get from just showing up. Just showing up and being 65. You get everything.
I hate you so much. And you don't pay taxes. You live in your wife's house.
Yeah.
You don't deserve to live.
Well,
where
one
you
of us
live.
pay tax.
You don't do any of the stuff that's offered to you. You
Like
in fact make fun of your wife when she goes and does that.
Like
stuff.
every time I go someplace, I'm always amazed at how much I get a free bag of like samples of stuff. Like every place I go, every doctor I go to, I get a goodie bag to take home. Like I just went on like a field trip for my body. It's amazing, like what they give you.
That's great, man. That's really good for you. I mean, all that stuff will be gone by the time I get to be that age.
Well, the copay is $20, but you're going to get $70 worth of product.
That's awesome.
So you're in the plus.
That's great. As all the millennials and Gen Zers that don't have health insurance listen to you talk about your free goodie bag.
You know it's out there, bro.
What do you mean you
we'll
know
be
it's out
tossing
there?
out their free goodie bags that have been sitting in the closet for decades.
Thank you.
No, I use the stuff.
What kind of stuff are we talking?
Well, I can't. I don't know. She helped me out really good with some stuff.
Let's take a break.
The dentist.
Well, the dentist gives everybody a toothbrush, whether you're
No, but you
12
get,
or
like-
they
65.
get solid gold toothbrushes.
No, but you get toothbrush, toothpaste, floss.
Yes.
Like,
Everybody gets that.
yeah, but it's nice.
No, I
like,
know.
but that's
It
just
is.
the
I
base.
enjoy that.
Oh, really? What do you get that we don't get?
X-rays.
Free X-rays?
Free
Are you
X-rays.
sure he's not just trying to kill you? Yeah, keep standing there. You know what you can see when you get someone's X-rays, Kimmy?
What?
Their skeletal remains. If you don't get it, go back and listen to the last break. Let's take a break. This might be the most patriotic thing we've ever talked about on the show.
Oh, really?
Because part of patriotism is sacrifice.
Oh, yeah.
Fair? Sacrifice for your country.
Right.
And look, these people were sacrificing for the information they need to make the right decision come presidential election
All
time,
right.
whatever that decision you think it is. And what makes it even more amazing is no one would know outside of their house if they did this or not.
Oh.
It was the ultimate self-sacrifice.
Oh.
So what plummeted during the presidential debate last week?
Oh, okay.
We'll tell you. Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is patriotism.
Okay.
This is
good.
Well, I mean, sacrifice.
Good.
And look, there are folks that argue that people do not want to be plugged in or know the real issues about the upcoming presidential election, and this would be proof that they're wrong.
They're tuned in.
Well, folks did tune in. In fact, so much so that this plummeted while the debate was on. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So it's been an interesting week of politics. In fact, yesterday, another massive story.
Yeah.
The FBI believes an attempted assassination attempt on the former president while he's out playing golf at his club in Florida. So we're going to sort that out for the next couple of days, but he's safe, right? The presidential debate kicked off all of this last couple of days of insanity, right? And folks wanted to see the candidates very badly because this would be the first look you would get at Kamala Harris, right? And having a debate. They wanted to see so much so, Tommy.
What happened?
That during the debate, porn use, plummeted from all of the major porn
So we
sites.
freed our hand up.
Yes, we did.
We learned to let go.
During the debate, streaming on sites were down 15% compared to normal at that time. And it was down in every state in America.
So across this great nation of ours.
You got it. Yes. But specifically in battleground states, it was lower. The fewer people were watching porn than even everybody else. For example, Pennsylvania, battleground state.
Big porn state.
Saw an 18% drop compared to the 15% everyone else. Wisconsin, battleground state, saw a 22% drop in porn watching during the debate, meaning almost 1 in 5 people that would have been watching porn bailed to see what the candidates had to say.
It is a weird thought process.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm getting ready to watch porn, but I go, I think I want to watch the debate.
Why is that weird?
Well, because they're two different headspaces.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
one of the candidates.
but you know when you have porn on your mind, which is one of the worst Glenn Campbell tunes of.
How's that go?
If I have porno on my mind. No, but when you get in your porn head, you don't have your political head on.
In your Skeletor head?
Yes, my Skeletor porn head. It's hard to make that transition, which is impressive that you go, oh.
Well, is politics just in general, is thinking that this is even happening, is that just like a mood killer for most people?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because I would think that would put a lot of people out of their regular routine, out of the mood, because they know it's coming even. It doesn't even have to be on, but you're going to watch it.
That's the video I was just watching.
It's going to put you in a bad mood.
No, but I mean, I would argue, Kimmy, if you're going to be in a bad mood, wouldn't porn be the distraction you needed?
It relaxes you.
Unless you really can't get by it.
It's fantasy.
If I'm really, really upset and distracted, I would think that I'm not going to watch this at all, right?
Well, then maybe
stress.
Afterwards.
All right.
Maybe after you're done watching the debate.
It would also be interesting to see if it spiked after the debate.
That's a good question.
All right.
This is patriotic, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I would say so.
No, I'm being serious when I ask that
too.
question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, this kind of makes me feel good about America.
Yeah. I mean, you put down one of your rights to enjoy another one of your rights. If you think about it.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, some countries there are no debates and no porn. We have both. and pickleball.
That's a... No, but I mean...
But there are countries where both of those things don't happen.
That's a really good point.
You could be jailed.
For both of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the same damn time.
Yeah, by the way, don't go play with yourself while you're voting. That is against the law in America. There's not that much freedom. Unless you're behind the little curtain, in which case, who would know? No, but I mean, if the definition of patriotism is sacrifice for the sake of the country, whether that's the greatest sacrifice that we're all familiar with, right? Or something as simple as what we're talking about here, this is the definition of patriotism.
You put down one right to enjoy another right.
And what makes this even more impressive is there are people who will do things patriotic for the sake of other people seeing them. This, no one else would know.
Right.
That you did. It's self-sacrifice.
It's self-discipline.
Yes. And, well, more than discipline. You didn't do it so someone else would be like, wow, look at that's an American.
Yeah, you did it in private.
Man or woman. I mean, We've seen folks get pretty nonchalant about voting, too. I mean, for example, I know a guy who has voted in every local election since he has moved to the town that he's in, and to this day cannot tell me the name of the village mayor or the town supervisor where he lives.
Who's that?
That would be you idiot.
Larry Petrosky.
Shut up. The fact that folks were sacrificing their JO time, right, to be more informed makes me feel good.
Look at that. We did our patriotic duty and released our penis.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Porn use dropped across America during last week's presidential debate. In swing states or battleground states, it was even higher. Pennsylvania saw an 18% drop compared to the 15% across America. Wisconsin saw a 22% drop in people watching pornography compared to that time. 252 WCMF. All right, so we got some folks on hold.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we feel about talking politics on this show, right? Okay. Right. So that being said, do we want to take a phone call?
Oh, sure.
So
do we have the old button?
Do we have, Kimmy, do we have the audio or do we lose the audio?
Oh, that might be gone.
No, come on. That's the best part of the whole thing.
Right.
Let me check.
Okay,
this
Kimmy,
out.
because here's how we do it on this show, right? Like, we could talk about politics. Right. I just don't care who you're voting for, right? And we're not going to sit here and let you.
We don't want to go political.
Exactly. Well, I mean, whatever. Who cares, right? That being said, if you do start going down that road, we did have a sound effect that we used to have that was brilliant. That,
we got the standard buzzer.
Okay, we'll just hit the buzzer if it goes that way. Let's talk to Sammy. Hey, Sammy, how are you, buddy?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. We got.
Listen, with how screwed our country is, watching the debate the other night is pretty much like watching a porno.
How so?
Well, I don't care who we get, the country's effed.
How is that like watching a porno?
I think you can put it together.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Well, we got Biden and sorry, not Biden. We got Kamala or we got Trump. We got Trump or we got Kamala here. So, yeah, this country's pretty much effed.
All right.
Where's that buzzer?
Well, he didn't really
he didn't say
He didn't go down
anything.
a road.
Yeah.
He hates everybody.
I know, yeah.
All right.
And what are you going to do?
It says blanket hate. Right.
Well, I mean, I went from feeling patriotic, Sammy, to you just ruined it for me, bro. Yeah. All right, Sammy, great call, buddy.
He's out. He's already out. America's done. He's out. Sammy's gone.
Man, what are the odds that we were living through the end of America?
Wow.
All this time. It sucks. I feel like he felt that joke was going in a certain way.
Yes, I do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it was going to hit harder up front than it did.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, if you want to make the argument that the debates are porn because we want to sit there and wait for that, like, gratification, like, that soundbite from the person you don't like or the soundbite for the candidate that you're pulling for, right?
Debate porn.
Yeah, there's the argument to be made. But you know what, man? We're all effed. Like the people in the porn. Have you thought about it that way, man?
I have not.
Have you wrapped your mind around who gets effed in the porn? Here's a end of the story for you. It's us, man. We get effed. Man. Speaking of getting effed, let's take a break.
All right.
They say lingerie is more a gift for men than it is for women. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
But however, this latest generation, and I say millennials and the older set of Gen Z, seem to be embracing lingerie again.
Oh, okay, it's back.
Is that a fair statement, Kimmy?
I don't think it ever went away.
There was a time.
There was a lingerie time.
Thank you. Where you could walk into a mall and there were like 5 different lingerie stores: Frederick's, Hollywood, Victoria's Secret, and there was a little.
But you can make that argument for a lot of different clothing stores.
But
it was like high-end skanky wear.
Okay. That kind of went away for a while, but now those stores are coming back. With
but they didn't go away. Just people found other ways of buying them,
The reason I bring this up is there is a new store that is willing to sell you that intimate stuff that is coming to Eastview Mall, right? And if the lingerie is a gift for him more than it is something for her, well, ladies should want our help with this, right?
Well, sure.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Gentlemen, we love this stuff. Your lady surprises with you. It's a month maker. Right? And surprise is one thing. If she wants your input, that could be even sexier.
Okay.
The question is, does she want your input? And if she does, do you want to give your input? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Clapton, the Allman Brothers Band, Skinner, the band, Grateful Dead, the Eagles.
What are you talking about?
Or Eagles. Tributes to some of the greatest bands in history are coming to Fort Hill Performing Arts Center stage, Tommy.
Sounds like a great show.
It is, yeah. Head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com and enter for your chance to win a Legends of Rock tribute pack, which includes a pair of tickets to 5 2024 tribute shows this fall, courtesy of Fort Hill Performing Arts Center. If you can't wait to win, get your tickets today at forthillpac.org. Your ticket price leaves plenty for drinks and dinner at one of Canandaigua's great bars and restaurants, just minutes from an intimate, near perfect acoustic experience that is Fort Hill. I said it like that so
because we're at the spa.
You could understand how the acoustic experience can be.
Oh.
Just like this.
Okay.
Is that doing it for you?
No.
Is this doing anything for you?
No, not at all.
So head on over to WCMF.com. Good luck from your friends in the break room on CMF. Interesting new tenant over at Eastview Mall.
Who's coming?
They are called La Vie en Rose.
La Vie en Rose.
La Vie en Rose.
What does that mean?
It is I think it means the V in the rose. No, it's a Montreal-based lingerie and swimwear company.
Sexy town. Big French.
Big French.
Would you say sexy town, big French?
Montreal, sexy town, big French.
You sound like an Asian tourist getting off a bus. Where are you going? Montreal, sexy town, big French. So this store, by the way, it's only the second U.S. location that will be coming to Eastview Mall. So you ladies here in Rochester, very lucky. And Tommy, I went and checked it out last night after I saw the story. There's stuff. Sexy.
Oh, yeah. Scantily clad.
But like classy sexy, not like porn star
So
sexy.
it's more like something you see in Victoria's Secret. That style?
Well, I would say if I had to guess, based on my vast knowledge of lingerie, this would be maybe a step above Victoria's
so it's
Secret.
higher end.
But I could be wrong.
Saying, probably better quality.
I have no idea. I didn't touch it, Kimmy. And I'm offended that you even think I would walk in there and touch it with nobody looking. They have some stuff that if your wife or girlfriend surprised you with, you'd be excited.
All right.
But tell me, what if she didn't want to surprise you with it? What if she wanted you to come out to Eastview Mall and help her pick stuff out?
Oh, like my input? Like red dicks?
There's no joke I can make that won't get us stuffed right now. Do you ladies want our opinion on sexy stuff? Lingerie, bathing suits, stuff like that. If your guy wanted to come with you and give his input, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, are you in?
I feel like part of the gift of this, I guess, would be more of the surprise.
Well, there's going to be a big surprise when you walk.
Oh, God. You asked my opinion.
Yeah, I was just talking.
So you were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry?
Big talker.
Les Skeletor just walked in.
I think more of that is it's probably more of the surprise for you than anything, right? Like I want to get this to surprise you with it because now that you already have seen it and know what I look like in it, it takes away from it a little bit. I also think it's kind of an awkward situation for most guys I know personally to go into a store and kind of be like the viewer of it because chances are you're not in there alone.
Okay, so you're looking at it from the guy's point of view here. I want it from and we'll get to that stuff. We'll get to that.
For like me personally, like I would want to do that myself.
So you don't care what your husband has to say about the lingerie you wear?
No, I don't know how picky guys are about lingerie.
And does she really want a dirty mind in there? Because that's all a guy's going to bring.
One of my favorite Russell Crowe movies, by the way.
What's
A
that?
Dirty Mind.
But that's all you're bringing.
Where he was schizophrenic, but he kept touching guys' penises.
To your point, like I don't know how much input you're really gonna give me, other than that looks great. Red's a nice color. Yep, I like black too. Black's also good.
Horny drooler.
Like I don't know.
This sounds like a 1950s like crooner. Horny drooler, baby. No, Kimmy. If your argument is that it's more for the guys than it is for you, then why would you not want his input?
I guess, and tell me if I'm wrong, is it isn't kind of like any lingerie good lingerie to you? Have you seen bad lingerie? Really?
I mean, look, there are women who know how to pull off lingerie.
But even if she took you, you're never going to tell her she looks bad.
No,
That's so true.
No, I'm not. But I can.
I don't know how much. I guess my point is, how much input are you really giving?
Well, I think different men are into different kinds of pieces of lingerie. Is that a fair statement? No. I mean, there are some guys that are into thongs, boy shorts, thigh highs, teddies. What are that thing that buckles and straps?
Seatbelt?
Yeah. I get boaters for driver's safety.
An quality seatbelt. From the fine people at General Motors and Lingerie.
I mean, I feel like women don't give men enough credit when it comes to what they're into.
Most of the time.
But again, I don't know. Even if it's not something you're into, and let's say she comes out and she's just glowing. She loves this piece.
Yeah.
You're not going to tell her you don't like.
Even if she kind of...
No, because you want a centerfold. That's what you want.
Well, that's what lingerie is, right?
Right. But but to Kimmy's point, if she comes out not looking like that centerfold, you're not going to say anything. You're going to go, nailing it, baby. So you offered no help.
Right. You're going to tell her everything looks great.
Right. If you're smart. Because if you're not, that's the last time you're going to ever see lingerie on that woman.
Maybe the last time you ever see that woman.
Yeah.
And with that being said, all
it's
right,
a bad
then
idea.
Let's take a jump over to the other side of the pond here. Are men interested in tagging along and helping out if their partner wanted their opinion?
Like if they push for it, like let me come. I want to see.
Yeah, no. Like, so let's say Tommy and I are sitting around, whatever woman we're with. Hey, I want you to come with me. I want you to tell me what you like.
Like you're invited on this trip. You're not suggesting it.
Exactly. Yeah. And I want your opinion. Would you want to be giving your opinion?
No.
Why?
No, because that'd be too uncomfortable.
By what?
Everything.
Why?
Screwing up, saying the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. It's a very volatile situation. It's very intimate.
Well, yeah, that's what lingerie is. It's your sexual partner. That's why you're going with them.
And there's other people there. It's just a weird vibe.
Yeah, it's a store that sells lingerie. Like
I
nobody's going, oh my,
like,
what are you doing with this stuff? I'm using it for gas caps.
Think of how awkward you feel just walking into a store like that, and you're not even getting like a show.
Well, but I think it's different. I think it's easier to walk into that place with a woman getting a show than it is to walk in just like, okay.
But you ever been into your wife's shopping? You're just standing there.
Yeah. You don't know what to do with your hands.
You look like a horny creep. And you're not doing a goddamn thing.
I also sometimes, and I know that like this is a bad thing to assume, but it kind of feels like if a guy's there with a woman and like insists on being there when she's trying stuff on, it looks a little bit controlling to me.
I understand.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm going to be like, I demand you let me come, but if she wanted my opinion.
Right, like if you're invited, it's one thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like, listen, woman,
but
we're getting in the car and I'm telling you what you can wear underneath your pants.
But the way it may look to other people, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you don't even know how to compliment women.
What are you talking about?
Men don't know how to compliment women without sounding like a man.
Okay.
Like women can compliment each other and they talk about, they're very comfortable.
Yeah.
A guy's going to talk like he's in a lumber yard. I wouldn't go with that one, darling. I go with that 2-for-2 setup there. That's going to be quality wear there. Especially, we coming into the cold months, you're going to have to put a gasket or some kind of like trim on that. That's not going to work. And if that's too tight, you're going to chafe.
It would be easy.
And then you're going to have to get your chafing cream out. And there's about 4 products up there that I could recommend. I usually go with the big outfits. But yeah, you're going to sound like an idiot.
No, it would be easy to compliment your lady in lingerie.
Is that a BVD or is that that French stuff coming up there from Montreal, Section Town?
Oh, you talking about Montreal, big French?
Yeah, that big French up there?
No, I mean something as simple as, oh my God, your ass looks amazing in that. I love how your legs look. That really compliments your figure. Yeah, I mean, how is that hard?
Okay, all right.
Are you that
but
dumb?
That could come off creepy out in a mall setting.
Yeah.
I am your sexual partner. I made eye contact with him when I said that, and I think we both.
But that's just weird. Like you wouldn't.
Yeah, like think about you sitting there while another guy's saying this.
Okay, I'd jump in. Yeah, your wife's ass looks great.
You wouldn't feel just awkward all around?
No, I mean, are you guys that insecure with your partners?
I just
Out in
it's something
public,
about
yeah.
being in public and doing it.
You're gonna sound like a Barry White album.
And
Take
you
off
also,
them panties, baby.
No,
remove that brassiere, my
No,
dear.
we're putting on the panties and the brassiere. It's a lingerie shop.
But you're gonna sound like a horny '70s disco album.
she's also probably gonna be like a sales associate there too.
Oh, yeah.
They're always all in, by the way.
And that's also creeps me out.
So it's not even
wait,
just
hold on. What about the sales associate?
Now we got another person standing here while we're having this intimate conversation.
That's what I mean. It's a 3-person conversation.
Right.
You know, like Kimmy, I get because she's always kind of like shy when it comes to this kind of stuff. Even though the other day she said she would rather do dishes than knob her husband.
I didn't say that. I said one was more work than the other. Was my point.
How is that not?
Well, you're gonna need a towel either way.
Yeah, unless you want to keep him around forever. But what I'm getting at is, bro, you've been around for how long?
Too long.
Exactly.
65 years of perfect.
You have no problem saying the creepiest stuff ever into a microphone.
And even he draws the line
but
here.
No, but if there's no line to be drawn, it's a simple conversation with someone that you are in love with, that you are intimate with, that you're sharing.
But there are a lot of conversations that I'll have with my husband when nobody's around that I wouldn't feel comfortable having in front of other people.
Yeah,
like
it's
not
mall
even,
talk.
Yeah, like not even
mall talk.
Anything embarrassing on that level, but just stuff that I'm like, I don't want other people listening in on
it's
this.
they call it intimate for a reason. I feel creepy just walking past those places.
All right, so let's put
Looking
a pin
a little
in that.
too long at the mannequins.
Well, yeah, he's looking at right their dumb face. 252 WCMF. We're talking. We started this conversation with a new store that is coming to Eastview Mall. It is called La Vienne Rose.
Are you saying Rose?
Rose, yeah. Well, I'm trying to say it with a French accent. How do you say rose in French? Rose.
You were president of the French club.
I wasn't president of the French club. And as soon as I got it, I surrendered. It is a Montreal-based lingerie and swimwear company, and this is the second store, their second store in the U.S. We're talking about going with your partner, your lady, if they're looking to get something. Do you want her going by herself? Would you be excited to tag along? Ladies, do you want guys in your back pocket? You know, we asked for women, so of course a man who knows the most anybody can know about lingerie. Rammer's on CMF. Right. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. Happy Monday. Listen. There is no way, as much as I would like to be included in this, no way that any man over the age of 25 should do this because it's a trap. All they want to do is see how many of the other girls you're going to be looking at while you're in there trying to give her advice on what you think looks good on
setup.
her.
It's a lingerie setup.
To put on?
Oh, yeah.
Aiming in front of you?
Yeah. I remember when I would go shopping for my wife when, birthday, Christmas, and I'd always try to get her a nice bathrobe or something from Victoria's Secret. It was very dangerous going in there because you either A, look like a creep, or B, are in there trying to pick somebody up, not necessarily, buy the goods that you're there for.
Don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
I wouldn't do it. It's a trap. Your woman just wants to see how distracted you could be around all these 20-year-old girls in there shopping.
All right. Yeah, no, you know what? Not Tommy. After what Tommy said, no, you're right. Rammer, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I'm looking for a good terry cloth bathrobe, ma'am. Preferably it comes below the knee, ties at the waist.
Well, she's going to wear it on Sunday. It's God's day.
Okay.
They do really sell you on bathrobes for mom at Victoria's Secret. Just putting
Which
that out
sounds
there.
about as unsexy as it gets.
Like,
the mom robe.
Very soft.
Wouldn't that be like the most insulting thing as a woman?
It's the mom
pajamas,
robe.
Like you
robes.
you pull out the Victoria's Secret box, like, ooh, he thinks I'm sexy, and it's the most cloth he could put on you.
Yeah, but it is soft. It is nice.
And
it's
now
undeniably
I'm soft.
comfy.
Hey, a lot of soft going on right now.
Did you hear the noise Kimmy made? It was a disgust I've never heard come out of her mouth. It's like she's boiling a pot of coffee in her stomach. So, are there men that tag along with their ladies on trips like this? Because Eastview, they're getting this La Viande.
Yeah, that are not drag, but they go like it's a regular rotation trip.
Because Eastview also has that giant Victoria's Secret. It's like 5 stores wide. Mm-hmm. And to your point, if you take a glance in Victoria's Secret when you walk by, there are men in there. There are always men in there.
Yeah, they're trapped.
You judge those men or you feel for those men?
I feel for those.
Okay, so you don't think those men want to be in there on their own?
No. You got dragged.
So you see them more as whipped than lucky?
Just dragged.
I mean, dragged is whipped. Whipped is dragged.
I mean, we're all whipped. We're all dragged.
Man. We're all dragged through something, man.
You sound like draft horses.
Which store do you think men skip out on more? Like a Victoria's Secret or like a Sephora? Because my husband won't step foot into Sephora.
Why?
There's at least cologne in
Yeah.
Sephora.
Oh,
There's some
no.
stuff for dudes. I hate Sephora too.
Like the second he knows I'm going in there, he's like, all right, I'll be down it, and then names
Really?
another store.
It's a lot it's a lot for the senses all at once.
I think
I
maybe that's
bought
what it
cologne
is.
from Sephora.
Yeah, no, but you're a bitch. Like you love that stuff. Like you're gonna walk around.
He
and smell.
really does not know what to do when he's in there.
Tommy's also the bitch that will use if you've ever been in a Sephora, they have containers of coffee beans to cleanse your nostril palate.
Yeah.
You use those?
They work.
Oh my God, you bitch! Hold on. Yes, let me try to. Yves Saint Laurent. Like, oh, those are delicious. Oh, yeah.
Well, how do you get your cologne?
Like an American through the mail.
See, I support the local retailer.
Whatever Chuck Norris tells me I should
The
be wearing.
sissy retailer. That's where I get my Dolce & Gabbana.
No, okay. I would rather go in Victoria's Secret than Sephora.
Oh, no
If that's what
way.
you're
Yeah, I think
I'll
that's
take
most men's
perfume.
preference.
No, because again, it's like
There's no boobies and ass at Sephora.
Well, there you go.
Bro, the whole Sephora's boobies and ass. We're the only dudes that walk in
No,
there.
I'm talking about the posters and those. Yeah. It looks like a 14-year-old's fantasy bedroom. Girls with wings. Yeah. I'm taking perfume over skank.
No, I'll go in. No, I'd much rather go into Victoria's Secret.
All right, here's your choice.
Okay.
You can go Les Roses.
Le Vie
Montreal
Rose.
Les Roses.
Okay.
Sephora.
Yeah.
Marshalls.
Oh.
Ooh.
No, you can
Marshalls,
find
'cause
stuff
I
at
can find stuff for
Marshalls.
myself.
Yeah.
Marshalls is a long time.
Yeah, but my
Marshalls
husband can
is
spend some
always
time at Marshalls.
No, but Marshalls is always 35 to 40 minutes.
All right.
And that's just to pay for it.
You did it wrong. You did it wrong. La Vie en Rose, Sephora, or the lingerie section at Marshalls because they have one.
Oh, they
They
do.
have an
Yes.
intimate
It's
section.
underwear.
No, but
Yeah.
they sell some sexy
I know, and
stuff.
so does
Yeah.
Sears.
It's not,
but
it's not like on display like
Right.
it is.
Wait,
at
so-
the other
yeah, it's
places.
not like- yeah,
it's not
there's no
on-
mood.
displayed on tables.
No, I understand.
Like there's a mood when you walk into those lingerie stores.
So then the Marshalls lingerie section shouldn't be a problem for you.
I just don't want to go to Marshalls, period. 'Cause
No, I
we're never
understand.
going to get out of there.
By the way, you say like Sears having a lingerie section's bad. Like that's not sexy. Like it's not Sears sexy.
Or America shops for sexiness.
That's right.
And treadmills and lawnmowers.
Like
And Craftsman tools and panties.
Craftsman panties.
Yes, as seen on the Merv Griffin show.
No, man, like you say this, like you'd be able to know if your wife, girlfriend, whoever went to like the highest end, most expensive
Yeah.
store in New York City or Sears. You wouldn't know once
I
you
would
put
not.
it
I
on,
would
right?
not.
And by the way, if we're going to use this lingerie, I'd rather you spend as little as possible. That way I don't feel bad if I ruin it.
Okay. Are you ruining it?
What do you mean? It's easy to ruin it.
Don't ask him that.
You have to hand wash some of this stuff.
Yeah, but how are you going to ruin it? You're just taking it off.
There are a lot of buckles and straps involved in some of those things.
And sometimes I just get frustrated and we're just going for it. I'm not alone on that. Don't look at me like
So
I'm...
you bang around the straps?
Yeah,
that could hurt.
Yeah, if one gets pulled back the wrong
Yeah,
way.
you could get like dong whiplash.
Yow! Yowza! We got Facebook messages coming in. You know, we always say men call women, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, let's pick one man and one woman because we have Facebook messages for
Okay.
both. You want the guy or the gal first?
Let's go with the guy.
Okay, guy. Brian writes us. I'd rather shop online with my wife for lingerie if she wanted it than to go to the store. The rare times I've gone in those stores, I feel as creepy as Tommy.
Okay.
So he's
with me.
He's with you on the creepy lingerie thing. It is funny. First of all, if you go to Eastview, there are 5 couches right outside of Victoria's Secret.
And they know what
you're
they're
right.
doing.
Yes,
You're
they're
right.
fully
There's
aware
a
of
seating
that.
area there.
Second of all, are you guys aware that there is a rule in Victoria's Secret that only one person is allowed in the dressing room at a time?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No other store has that policy.
Well, that would make sense.
Ask me how I know that.
How do you
They
know
kick
that?
you out.
No, well, so my wife, when our kids were really little, we were shopping with the girls, and
Yeah.
my girls would hang off my wife. You know,
Yeah.
when we were young. So the girls were in there, and my wife was trying to like try something on, and she asked me to come in and help her with the girls while she was trying something on, and like the woman like
Jumped.
bombed from behind the desk, like you know, like she was like trying to protect
Oh,
Lincoln.
she got like V block.
She's like, sir. I'm like, I didn't know. I'm just trying to hold my kid
Yeah.
while my wife's
Right.
changing, which means something must have happened
You
multiple
know,
times.
you know.
What do you?
Scuzzy ass people went in there and started diddling.
Okay, well, but why there?
Because you're kind of looking at all the dirty stuff.
You were kind of looking at all the dirty.
Yeah.
Oh, it was an Italian Victoria's Secret. Vincenzo's Secret. You know what a secret is?
Yeah, they're stained. He dropped acid in panties.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell it.
Boy, man, never stained a thong. So what's the chick saying?
Justine writes us on Facebook. She says, I want my fiance in there with me, and he really enjoys it. He picks out what he likes, and it turns me on when we go out and I wear it knowing he knows I'm wearing it, and it's driving him
So
crazy.
she shops at Naive. Les Naive. What is she? She's
La
a
Vie
fiance.
Yeah.
Which means she's in that fiance like love bubble right now.
Yeah.
He don't want to
Okay.
be there, man. And
She
she's
says-
buying the jive.
Okay, whether or not he wants to be there, she said, I'm going to read this again. You ready?
She gets horny.
If it does something for her, wouldn't you be all in on that?
Yeah.
Even if you didn't care?
Ain't gonna last.
Quote, he picks out what he likes.
Gonna last.
He picks out what he likes, and it turns me on when we go out and I wear it knowing he knows I'm wearing it, and it's driving him crazy.
Okay.
I mean, that wouldn't do it for you, Kimmy? Like knowing your husband's just like, oh, I got to get down to whatever that
I
is.
guess, but
can't, I'm sorry.
I guess, but I
going
still
home.
wouldn't need him to go to the store with me
Why?
because again, it ruins the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Because if he already knows what it looks like, I would think that takes away from wearing
The
it
allure,
out.
the surprise.
Okay, I'm going to make the argument that might blow up that.
All right.
Okay.
Because I get the element of surprise, I do. But if
Yeah.
you do
But
it.
again, like I just think the whole store situation to me is the awkward part.
Oh, no, okay, fine. But if you're arguing for the sake of surprise, you can only surprise him once with a
Yeah.
surprise,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Whereas if he's in on the purchasing, which again, I would also feel uncomfortable doing it. I don't know. He's not going to be. It's every time he sees it, he's going to get excited because
Yeah.
he had a hand in that before
okay.
he gets a hand in that. You know what I'm talking about?
What did you turn into an M&M over there?
M&M.
Wait, how is this M&M? What is he talking
I
about?
don't know. You're doing like all this like stupid stuff. Jiving around with your hands.
You're doing M&M, Kimmy, with the stupid stuff. These damn kids doing the
Oh,
stupid
the
stuff.
artist Eminem.
He showed up last night when I was watching TV.
Take one more. We'll read one more thing.
All right.
Okay.
Adam writes us on Twitter at Duffy on WCMF. I was in the changing room with my fiance.
He got in?
I was in the changing room with my fiance at the Dick's Sporting Goods in Victor. 3 people came to knock on the door to tell me to get out. I was just trying to see the different things she had picked out. Okay, maybe that's not just a Victoria's Secret.
That would
rule.
make sense if most places
Yeah.
had that rule.
No, but I've been in dressing rooms with my wife
Maybe
before.
that's why there's a rule now.
Because what I was doing,
Yeah.
all the M&M stuff,
Creepy doofus M&M shows up.
creepy. Let's take a break. You can make the argument, Kimmy. Post Malone's the new Eminem.
There you go.
Right? He's got them face tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
So, fun fact: Post Malone is not not far from this area.
No kidding.
Did you know that?
Syracuse?
You got it.
All right.
And he was there.
When?
What?
Well, where?
You want to go?
He was in Syracuse?
Where am I? What's going on here?
He was in Syracuse.
We're going to tell you the story.
All right.
And Kimmy brings up a good point because with him coming to town for his show, people knew he was going to be there.
And people know people who know, because I think he has family here. So like, I bet you somebody heard from somebody who heard where he's gonna be.
So you're going, right? Right?
Me personally, no.
I mean, if I know the guy, I get the invite.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. I mean, it'd be a big deal if this person showed up anywhere you were hanging out. And it sounds, Kimmy, like word got out before he got there. This could happen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right? That being said,
Mm-hmm.
if you knew they were going to be there,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, you just don't know what the time is. There is a period of time, even if you're a fan, you're not going to sit and wait for them. Right, Kimmy?
I would think.
You're hanging out in the break room. That's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, you're familiar with Post Malone, right?
Kinda.
When you say kinda.
He's got the tattoos on his face.
Yeah.
Which is like a new trend.
Yeah. It's a new, what do you mean by a new trend?
Well, he's got it, and the Jelly Roll got it.
Yeah. As you said this morning, Jolly Roll.
Yeah, Jolly Roll,
Jolly Roll,
Jolly
Roll,
Rancher, the country guy.
Post Malone, a once rapper, now is he like a full-time country artist now?
Was he even really a rapper in the beginning? I don't know.
He was
I
rapping.
guess,
He was pretty rapping.
So he's country rap.
I don't know if he.
I
put
don't know.
out,
He's been in just about every genre of music.
Yeah, you're
at
right.
this
He
point.
did have a couple
Right.
of pop songs as well. Anyway, he's wildly successful,
Mm-hmm.
and he is from the Syracuse area.
Oh.
Remember, was it a year or two ago? He was in Webster for a
Yeah.
wedding for one of his family members. He has a show coming up with one. Who did he have a country song with? Jantley Talbert.
Did you make that up?
Ducey Bennington.
I thought
what
he
the
was
hell?
with Portly Jackson.
I don't know. I thought it was just his show.
No, I think he went on tour with that country guy.
Oh, maybe. I thought this particular concert in
Justice
Syracuse
Wilson.
That country
was
guy.
Post
They're all
Malone.
the same guy.
Yes.
They're all the same guy with just different names over their heads. Insert name. This one's for you. So while at home, he had to go do all of the home things.
Yes.
And, of course, he showed up at Dinosaur Barbecue.
Oh, that's
Now,
a
A
legendary
Syracuse
place.
staple, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
The original joint.
There you go. So while he was there, he was taking pictures with absolutely everybody. And, Kimmy, I got the impression based on the pictures that maybe word had gotten out before he got there.
Or even if he got, the second he got there, everybody that was there was texting people,
a Fairport Jimmy Fallon situation.
Okay.
Right, yeah. People, I'm sure, showed up.
Because, Kimmy, you saw this yesterday and you had a question that you asked.
Because I was thinking, with somebody, especially somebody with connections to the area, like I'm sure that people hear whispers of like where they're gonna be and when and maybe around like what day. Like I'm wondering how many people. First of all, how far you drive to go see, maybe catch a glimpse of that person, and how long you'd spend there before you realize, okay, maybe they're not coming.
Is Post Malone popular enough where people from Rochester would drive to Syracuse if they thought they had a shot
Maybe
of
not
seeing him?
driving to Syracuse, but
That's
if
a
there was a
hike,
rumor
man.
that he was somewhere in the greater Rochester area, I think people would drive.
I mean, okay.
Let's say if he was in Canandaigua,
Canandaigua.
which is
Well, they
think
call it the
people-
Syracuse of Rochester.
I think people would get in their car and drive.
30 minutes. You're down there.
Drive for Post. I don't know who I would drive 30 minutes for a chance at
For like,
catching a glimpse of. Like, not even like hanging out with
Yeah.
him. Like, maybe I get to catch a glimpse at best case scenario.
Yeah.
I get a picture with him. Like, who's worth that drive? I know for you, nobody, because you're just a miserable prick.
No, there's people I'd probably go do it for.
Who?
But they're all dead. We should make it even more interesting.
With the corpse of Miles Davis.
Yes.
Wow, he's there? Kimmy, is there anyone you would drive to Canandaigua for just for a chance at a picture?
I don't think so because if there's not a guarantee, I'm probably out.
Who would you drive half an hour for a guarantee for a picture with?
Ooh, guarantee.
It'd have to be somebody legendary, like Paul McCartney or somebody. Like
Well, that's the top
Yeah,
shelf,
yeah,
man.
yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like it would have to be somebody who you could actually like impress other people with.
Post
by
Malone
saying
wouldn't be
you
impressive?
met them.
Post Malone is not as impressive as Paul McCartney?
Well, I think like Post Malone would be impressive, but nobody, if they weren't like a fan of that person, they may not care. Whereas even if you're not a fan of the Beatles, like that'd still be something somebody
Yeah,
would be
they're,
like, wow.
they're bigger than what they do.
Yeah.
Like their name is that big.
Yeah.
Because I used to use my old man as a barometer for how famous somebody was. Like even though my old man didn't know the music, he knew the person because they were that famous.
Okay.
Springsteen, Madonna,
Yeah.
Cher,
Sure.
that level.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that idea. Again, we're talking about Post Malone. He's a Syracuse. He's from Syracuse. I don't know if he was born and raised there, whatever. But he had a show in Cuse. Has a show in Cuse. I think it's maybe, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Bottom line is he was at Dinosaur Barbecue over the weekend, and it looks like the word got out because a bunch of people showed up to take pictures with him. The Paul McCartney argument for the name, I get. But getting a picture with Paul McCartney now, if you showed that to someone, they wouldn't know it's Paul McCartney because he looks like your 80-year-old guidance counselor.
Yeah.
Female guidance counselor.
Yes. He does. He's got a granny face.
Which is fine. I mean, British people end up having granny faces.
They all do. They
right?
all get it.
Yeah.
Frampton's getting it now, too.
I mean, look at Churchill.
Granny face.
He had wicked granny face.
That was one tough granny.
Look, I ain't saying they ain't tough.
An ass-kicking granny.
Just get granny face.
I think Springsteen would also be a good one because this seems like something he would do. And if you told me like you actually you bought him a beer or something, I would believe that story. Like it's a more believable situation where if you said I sat down and had a conversation with Bruce Springsteen, I might be more likely to believe you.
Well, there are so many stories that people tell of Springsteen doing just like regular everyday stuff. He got in trouble. Remember, he was initially arrested for a DUI or a drinking.
In a park.
He took a shot with somebody in a park who he had parked his motorcycle on the side of the road. Eventually, they realized that was cool. There's another great story he tells in St. Louis where it was way back in the day. He goes to see a movie by himself on an off day, and the kid, there's a kid walking with his girlfriend, recognizes it's Springsteen. He goes, "Can we sit with you?" And he goes, "Okay." So they're sitting with him watching this movie, and the movie ends. He goes, "Listen, why don't you come home and have spaghetti with my mom?" And Springsteen's like, "Okay." So he goes home with this kid in St. Louis, and he walks in the door, and the mother doesn't know who he is. It's still kind of early on. Kid goes and grabs the album, shows it to his mom, pointing it to him. She goes, "Oh, my God." She makes him spaghetti at like 10 o'clock at night.
Jesus.
So Bruce Springsteen is eating with this kid, his girlfriend, and his mom spaghetti in St. Louis.
It's insane.
Okay, and then he sees them. He said that now he sees them. Every time he goes to St. Louis, he stops and hangs out with them.
There's never a bad time for spaghetti.
Yeah. But, like, I mean, okay, Springsteen, I'm going just to hopefully have one of those moments like that.
All right, so Clapton's been here a few times.
Okay.
So Eric Clapton's in town.
Mm-hmm.
How far would you drive to see Clapton?
I'm gonna make a controversial
He
statement.
took off his glasses. He's ready to say something that you're not going to like.
Derogatory about Eric Clapton.
There are a lot of people who are gonna not like this. Clapton's overrated.
Overrated?
I think Clapton's overrated.
He's a guitar genius.
Yeah, maybe if you want to. I mean, if you're close, if you don't go as deep as I do, man. Clapton's
so you don't like Eric Clapton?
It's not that I don't like Eric Clapton. I'm not blown away by Clapton. Yeah, there I said it.
So you're out on Clapton?
I'm not going to drive if Clapton walked in this room.
No, Clapton's out somewhere.
Like where?
Local restaurant. He could be a dinosaur.
Okay, so he's a dinosaur down there. No, I'm not going. If Clapton's in the building, I will go see Clapton. If I
walk down the hall.
If I have to get in my car, I'm not interested.
You got to worry about the parking situation. He's out.
I mean, look, there are plenty of people who have other legendary artists they think are not great. I'm sorry. For me, it's Clapton. I'm sorry.
So you say he's overrated?
Him and Sinatra, I think, are both really overrated. And don't even get me started on that Sinatra Clapton album they did.
I got a slow hand, baby. Because you shot the sheriff.
You'd go drive for Clapton?
I'm not.
Look at you bitch. Oh, you're going to drive for Clapton. Would you? No.
Well, no, but I respect the talent.
I'm not saying I don't respect him.
You just said he's overrated, so you don't respect
No, I respect his appropriate rating.
His appropriate low rating.
No, I didn't say it's low.
And I don't even like British people that much.
Look, man. No, I know, based on your grandma face comment. I'm not saying Clapton's not great. I'm just saying I don't think he's what everyone else. You hear people like, "Oh, Clapton's God." No, not really.
All right, Frampton's in town.
No, if I don't like, if I think Clapton's overrated, I'm not going for Frampton.
The poor man's Clapton is Frampton.
You know what's weird? Underrated somehow. Frampton. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say Frampton, Clapton about the same
level. No way, man. Good luck getting out of here alive today.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about musician, rap artist, country artist, whatever, Post Malone, hanging out at Dinosaur Barbecue in Syracuse. What I love about this story is, you used your dad as a barometer for who's famous and who's not. You would not know you were standing next to Post Malone unless somebody said that's Post Malone.
Well, I know. The tattoos are giving it away.
Bro, those tattoos are becoming more common.
And I don't know why, but yes.
What do you
but
mean
I don't see many people with facial tattoos to that degree.
Kim, okay, yes, their face. Kimmy, for that Gen Z. Now I sound like you. Those facial tattoos are not uncommon anymore. I mean, you don't see them everywhere, but it's not weird.
I haven't seen them other than famous people.
Go hang out with the Lucky Flea for a morning. Those face tattoos are there.
Are they real?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe I got suckered.
All right.
So what do we learn here?
I don't know Post Malone.
Post Malone has enough clout to bring people out to the Dinosaur when he's there in his hometown. We learned that Clapton is overrated. We learned that. Yeah. Peter Frampton, Eric Clapton, about the same level.
Jolly Roll, I do confuse the Post Malone.
Jolly Roll and Post Malone confuse Tommy.
Jolly Rancher.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next year in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rabberoo.
Howdy, Monday, Rabberoo.
For Monday, WCMF. That makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where are they bitching in the hood?
Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She's going to remove all street names, town references, but there will be clues. There will be clues.
How do I pick up on those?
We have to listen.
I have to listen.
And to Kimmy, not Tommy, because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area. We're going to figure out where they whining. We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. I do have to say before we go.
Yeah.
We've always claimed that the show off mic is way better than the show on mic, right? But we'd be fired immediately.
Yeah.
And Tommy just uttered the sentence to us, man, I hated that person. All they did was bitch and complain.
Yes. They didn't like the chair, the desk, the this, the that, all day long.
Like, if you didn't bitch and complain, you'd be mute.
And she was always that person who was always on a diet.
I didn't say she. I gave you
or
enough for that person.
Guys dieting too.
Says man who eats fennel for a living. Professional fennel eating.
Like somebody held up a mirror.
Seriously.
Like a dog barking at itself.
Is that why you didn't like this person? Because they were too similar to you?
There can only be one Tommy in the room.
No, but like he's breaking down. 1, they always bitched about everything.
Yeah.
2, they were always on a diet. 3,
they had like a special chair.
They always needled everybody and got into like arguments with folks because they had certain takes.
Yes. What?
Man, maybe somebody doesn't like themselves. Self-loathing Tommy. Allow me, if you will. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who will drive to see Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's
Sensible lingerie.
Wait, is Paul McCartney in the sensible lingerie or is Kimmy in the sensible lingerie?
I don't want to see either.
You wouldn't want to. If I had over here a picture of Paul McCartney in sensible lingerie, you would come like.
Might have to take a look.
For Tommy Boulay, who hates himself and he just realized it. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.